Greetings once more, dear friends. Fanatical Dragon back again, this time with an extremely heavy heart. Now, I'm sure many of you know, but last week, Tony Stella, that ridiculously talented, phenomenal illustrator and master craftsman, passed away extremely unexpectedly, leaving most of us who knew him in absolute shock. And a couple of years back, I think October 2024, I had the chance to interview Tony, though really it turned into more of a conversation for the YouTube channel initially. I think we'd scheduled to speak for 60 minutes. Tony spoke for about 4 hours, and I think I had about 60 questions lined up. I maybe asked about 2, but I was more than happy just to listen to Tony because Tony had a huge amount to say, and I really, really enjoyed hearing what he had to say on a bunch of different topics, speaking about his art, speaking about life, speaking about movies, and everything else in between. So I didn't really know exactly what to do with this. I think I have shared bits and pieces of it over the last couple of years in various places, but wanted to do something really as a little bit of a tribute to him. So I'm putting up the entire interview here, it just in completely unedited form. It is long, and I'd spoken to Tony about what to do with it, and he kind of joked and said that we shouldn't edit it at all. It should be basically a little bit of a test of faith and commitment to see if people could actually reach the very end, because there's as much great stuff in the fourth hour as there is in the first couple of hours as well. So if you don't want to have to deal with YouTube ads, because I cannot take them off, unfortunately, there's no option now to remove the ads that YouTube put on automatically. I am going to stick it up as an audio only file over on my Patreon. This is not a grift. It's not behind any paywall. You can jump over there and access it for free. I don't care if you sign up as a member. Just that's another way that you can listen to it if you want to kind of hear it just as an audio file. I'll check and see if I can make it downloadable as well, and you can basically download it and listen to it as you would a podcast. But yeah, enough from me. I will leave you with 4 hours in the company of one of the most incredible human beings I ever had the good fortune to cross paths with, the wonderful Tony Stella. Ciao, Antonio. Thank you very, very much for joining me today. It's my absolute pleasure to have you joining me today. I don't get a chance to time. No, for you. I think you are probably one of the most productive and seemingly most prolific illustrators, but specifically kind of cover artist illustrators working in the physical media space, and have been for the last couple of years. I think there's not that many people that I know of that jump between different genres, between different countries' cinema, with quite the kind of same degree of passion and vigor that you are seemingly able to do.
But yeah, you know what's shocking? Sorry to break your intro right away.
Please do.
It's one of these things that sets in, as you said, like prolific and all this stuff. Now I'm entering the stage where all of a sudden you look at works that are over 20 years old. That's shocking as somebody who's doing something, because when you're young, you always just make work and you look for the next step, and then it comes or it doesn't come through. But all of a sudden you look back and you're like, you're reposting images and everybody, that's a beautiful image, great, that well done, is that new or something? I'm like, no, that's 24 years old. And it's completely shocking to myself to either re-encounter those works or also all of a sudden have this perspective of such a long work or space, like you say. So the prolific thing definitely comes into play, and a longevity. I think that's kind of shocking to myself that I'm still there doing it, and it just comes solely from the passion of the thing. So yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just broke that because that was a realization I had maybe yesterday or something. I was just picking up an old folder, looking through stuff, and things are falling out. And I'm like, oh my God, when did this happen? I can't even get back there into the style or into the spirit of things. But it at the same time, it's like rediscovering yourself. It gives you your new energy to forward, because it's either it was so fresh or innocent, or came from such a pure place that often can get lost when you're doing just purely client work, or you're in the hustle and bustle of things, as we all feel our lives getting smaller. You're able to tap back into your own cosmos, and this is something very gratifying. It's something that, I always wondered when you study the great masters, and you're like, how are they? They're feeding off, and all of a sudden there's this kind of fusion that we mentioned a little bit before of life and work that starts happening. It becomes really dense and connected to not only your passions or your hopes and dreams that you have as a young person, but now also looking back, and you're able to kind of tap your own resources instead of just looking around to the idols.
because you can see that there's an evolution, like, because I know that there's been a few instances of, I mean, even just taking kind of the Bruce Lee box set that you did for Arrow, which was phenomenal work, because it's really nice to kind of see a collection of different pieces, right? But if you go back, because I'll leave links to your Tumblr and to your website underneath, but
don't mention the Tumblr. That's a dead site. That's just old.
But there's some great stuff on there,
like
man.
yeah,
and I think
maybe
you can.
I always think, should I take it down? But I was thinking, no, it's all right. But Tumblr, yeah, I haven't posted in like 4 years or something.
But I think, because for me, because you can kind of see the evolution of kind of what led up to the work that went into that set for Arrow, because there's earlier.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit deceiving because I showed so little of my work, so a little bit is technique based, that people assume things are earlier than they are just because they're ink, for example. And oil paintings always seem, oh, now he's matured into the style, whereas the oil painting often is the earlier work, because I was really heavy handed. But something that happened in my evolution of the work when I started, it was kind of interesting to make alternate kind of maybe Polish school takes on things, maybe artistic takes, because people were still able to really illustrate in a fantastic manner. Now, over this time, what people have lost, people making tons of work that are kind of idea based, which is this one trigger that are kind of like, oh, the nose is the gun, the chin becomes these kind of fusions become less and less interesting to me, because what we lost is the real craftsmanship of illustrating. So I've kind of took my old oil brushes out and went heavier handed from an earlier time period, and left the kind of loose stuff behind, just not because of my own personal development or anything, but just like we said before, discovering an earlier phase that is now lacking in the world. So I was like, oh, what's really lacking are the painting based stuff is now lacking, through computers, through ideas, through people doing just like concepts on iPads. And this is kind of a dead end to me. It was like, everybody's doing this, I don't need to also be doing this. And I've kind of always thought, once you know the joke, you never revisit it. Whereas the big paintings, the well-crafted illustrations are kind of timeless. So kind of, the timeline is a little bit deceiving in my work. And I see it through Instagram a lot, that from the outside, it must seem like I'm doing all this stuff all the time, or there's often like 10 years between the stuff, and not as you would think. Sometimes the lighter stuff is the more recent stuff, and sometimes it's the reverse. So yeah, it's this archaeology into your own kind of process. And the reason why I ended up in this field, as you say, is because I was many years tried my hand in the fine art world and got very frustrated with that. But the reason I ended up with the film world was because I was able to fill all these different styles. I'm this constantly restless person that like searches. And once I made an oil painting yesterday, I don't want to do it again. I want to do something with ink washes. And the art world never forgives that. They kind of like very close off.
They want to put you into a little very defined box.
Exactly. And then you got to produce that for the next 20 years so they can make you a commodity as much as you can. And the best artists obviously broke with that. But when it comes to movies, and I felt that there was something I could really add, because of course the masters would have, like, everybody picks up on Drew Struzan, and I often mention this, and I don't want to seem it like a critique. He's a mega master, but I always would marvel at him that he would do Police Academy, Indiana Jones. It's all the same style, it's all the same genre, it doesn't matter the period. And that's obviously because he happened to work in the time, so everything came out and he was working only contemporary. He didn't look back like I do. I make movies from the 50s, 60s, Japanese movies, Italian movies. So I would jump around and try to adapt my style to the period as well, not just to, what's necessary for the movie, not just one style fits all. So like you said, the Bruce Lee box set is something that, after years, of course, being a young person like we all were, Bruce Lee was our gateway into any fanaticism of fanatical dragon, right? Like you said, it's in the name. That was our gateway of this into this world. And when you finally get to do an official job for it, of course, that was an absolute dream come true. And I was also searching, okay, what style do I do? What's my, and again, I was looking at all, because I know all the art history of Bruce Lee. So all the Jung Tae-Jung posters, and all the stuff, and you're like, I'm not going to copy that, but I want to honor them. And this is something that in the art world also is not as accept that you're supposed to kill your fathers, whereas in the movie world I always felt there was space for me to honor them rather than to override them. And so that became much more satisfactory for me to be able to say, I want to make something that can fit and hold up to them, but I don't necessarily need to kill them. So I wanted to find the same with Indiana Jones or something. I didn't want to kill Amsel or Drew Struzan, but I also didn't want to copy them. That to me feels more gross. That feels revolting if I just take their style and I ape them. I want to make my personal take, but something that stands on their shoulders. Obviously, I couldn't do that, but even if you attempt that, that's interesting. So for Bruce Lee, yeah, I want to make this lush, heavy thing and forget the stock poses, the tropes of the tracksuits. I want to get rid of all that and show all these movies from a different side we hadn't seen. So that was obviously a dream come true. One of these, once in a while, there's these peaks where you're like, oh, life and the actual job come together to make this absolute dream. And I could still be, I think I could make a different box set every day and still feel fulfilled. And just like, oh, next day I would have a different take on the big boss or something. But yeah, to have then the physical object in the world is the final satisfaction that, wow, this now exists. You know, this is not just streaming somewhere, but you can hold the box.
And was he, I'm assuming, because I think we were of a similar age, and so kind of Bruce Lee was definitely ground zero for me into Hong Kong cinema and into martial arts cinema. And at the moment, just working my way through, kind of starting to do Shawscope Volume 3 reviews. And you've been right there with Arrow from Shawscope Volume 1, right? You've done quite a few Shaw Brothers covers. And
yeah, I'm sort of the man.
Timeline.
Yeah, I don't know myself how they select people. It's bizarre often to me, but I'm always thankful. I try to remain humble in that obviously I have a different take on all these things, and I'm such a control freak that I always have a hard time being in a collection with other work, especially because I'm so against digital work. I'm so against anything. I'm on such a personal crusade to keep the handcrafted image alive in this kind of flat surface, glossy surface world that we inhabit more and more. That once I'm part of this collection, it's like, yeah, maybe I'm being too hard here, but it's like you can ruin a good painting by a shitty frame. And the art is not strong enough to hold up against a lot of the outside things. So to be part of these box sets was very confusing to me in the beginning. But also I'm happy to, rise up to the challenge to see how it all comes together. In the end, it's like, yeah, like you said, to be, even in the context of something like Shaw Brothers, that was, a boyhood dream. I'm like you said, I journeyed through these movies. They became part of like an alternate reality. I don't know your history, but I went so far as to travel to Hong Kong. I visited the old Shaw Brothers studios. I was really, like you said, fanatical about this stuff. But this was so long ago that, especially in the martial arts world, that I feel like I had such a deep knowledge of all this stuff when it was unattainable. And now that more and more things are out in the world, I feel, again, like I said before, I don't need to fulfill this role anymore. I felt like a missionary often, in the 80s or 90s, not only to my own family, to my father, but to prove to the world that this is a valuable cinema. This is, the choreography, that this has a world. Especially, I come from a very avant-garde theater art family, and kung fu movies were definitely not something that they would value. But they always support me, so they were curious. But I was like a little Savonarola. I was like, look at this choreography, look at the crane style, and my parents would be like, "What is this kid? What is he doing?" So it's something that fuels me to this day. And when these collections come out, I'm just marveling that now this is possible to even hold this in your hand. Like, this would have been impossible for us. Remember, you had to go into like the back of a porno video store and then hopefully in the back get a vault and you're holding the cover. And that's how we related. That's why I'm on this. This is, again, maybe a line through our conversation. You relate to the covers first. You're like, what is this? This looks amazing. Like, wow, look at the painting. And you don't even know, you're piecing together. You're like, okay, Lau Ka Young, okay, I see. And then you're like, this looks weird. And then, of course, in the German market, in the UK market, everywhere, there's these misinterpretations, retitlings that totally get you confused. And you're like, what is this? And they're trying to sell it on something, Liebesgrüße aus Hong Kong, Fists of Fury, Shanghai. Like, what the hell? Like, we were so confused in the 80s, and trying to piece this together to be an expert was like, it was a code of honor. It wasn't just like you could find out about this stuff on Wikipedia or something. So
But
if
don't you think
if you met another monk in this field, it was like a nod, and you're like, yes, you know.
But it kind of, I found it, because same with music too, that there, and I think it's something that's definitely been lost over the last, really since the rise of the internet. But you kind of had to become a little mini Sherlock Holmes in whatever your chosen passion was, right? You would have to do the legwork, whether that was going to a library or often through the covers. And with music especially, half the way that I would find out about other artists that I would end up falling in love with would be by poring over the liner notes on an LP and seeing who the artist had thanked, even though they weren't people that worked on that record. They were just other artists that had inspired that artist. And I kind of find that a lot of that has fallen by the wayside. So an awful lot of people would rather just ask a question on Twitter or ask a question in a comment section rather than trying to work out how to
we would have
find that
died.
themselves.
I would have rather died than to seem like I don't know stuff. I find that now people take a lot of pride in being ignorant, and they kind of like really brazen about it, and it jars. And it's just not me. That's just our generation. I feel like I talk to this a lot about my friends. I'm like, can you believe this guy? Like, I would be ashamed to ask that. Even if I wouldn't know it, I would then go away and secretly study to become. It was like a analogy to the masters, right? So you got beaten by a master, and now you need to find a style to counter that style, and it at least seem like this. And I feel there were real repercussions in our world. You could get beaten up. You could, all these stuff. It was apparel. Also, to travel was always under the guise of then. I went to Hong Kong maybe in '97, or it's still Kowloon. It was super dangerous, but I didn't go there to see the sights. My father was like, "Oh, let's travel here. Let's go there." And I was like, "No, I found out about this little video store where I can maybe get Golden Harvest posters." And so, which was a real way. He always encouraged it because it's almost, he saw the passion of me encountering the world through meeting people. It encouraged you to like really have conversations, go to places you would never go to, because it wasn't just like a tourist site. I couldn't care less. I wanted to find a gold foil Warriors 2 poster, and not like, I didn't care about the rest. But that passion kind of is so valuable. I think, when you become a father, that's all you hope to inspire in your kids, is like, hopefully they can find something that leads them through life in this great way. I still get excited if I find something like this, like you say, digging for records or an original cover or something, and we relate to this, the world in this way. And I think this is exactly what's been lost through streaming, through AI, the computer, whatever. I always saw it as a step down. Maybe the earliest iteration of it was comic books, when it got printed on beautiful newsprint with kind of washed inks. As soon as they became glossy, I was uninterested. I was like, why? This is interesting. Like, the stories are the same. The artwork should be the same. Neil Adams should be the same. It isn't. It doesn't work. And I was like, wow, the art is actually pretty weak. If you surround it with a lot of shit, I'm not interested. And I always judge a book by its cover. And people say, that's superficial. And I'm like, no, because for me, it has an aura. My library only has beautiful editions, books. And I wouldn't read. I'm not interested in the book if it not also wrapped in a complete. For me, surface is the depth. That it's all there. I can read everything into it, and so that's very out of step with my times. Always have been out of step with my times, and I feel that's something also we as '80s kids related to, because there was so much. We were exposed to so much on TV that wasn't of our time. We were endless reruns, TV shows that we were just sitting there watching because nothing else was on. There were no options. So we related to the past in a very different way. We fell in love with the past. It wasn't an enemy like the people are treating this now. I feel today they want to be part of the most important time. So everything current is the best. Where we were already seeing as young kids, like, oh, I love this stuff way better from the I love Jackie Gleason or something, or the Marx Brothers. Like, this was part that was current for us on TV. It wasn't something that was in a museum and preserved behind glass. It was very alive, and we could relate to older people through watching the same things together in the same space. And as soon as you get divided into these boxes and you're not forced to engage with older things, I think you lose part of that journey of the hero that we all followed on, and it's healthy to have heroes. It's absolutely it's good for your ego. And I had heroes all the way through, from Bruce Lee to Michael Jordan to whoever I encountered. They became kind of my idols. Sean Connery, James Bond, whatever I encountered, and that holds today. There's nothing changed, and I feel that's been my salvation, and particularly for our generation, that you making a channel about this, finally realizing I need to fuse this work for clients and the passion I had for cinema since became before all the painting. You know, when you walk into a movie, you come out transformed. We all experience that. The first time you see Bruce Lee, you walk different afterwards. You're like, you're a transformed human being. And so
it's one of the things that I always get a sense with your work, and particularly with the work that you choose to be involved with, is that you seem pathologically incapable of making something for something that you're not deeply in love with. And I don't think
you're
that's
right.
true of
I am, I have this discussion with my family, obviously, often, because they do end up paying the price for things. But I do reject a lot of work where, once I came out of the fine art world, I was so happy to just work and to also step up to the challenge to, maybe make work for an independent movie that I had no idea about, but being able to help bring that movie alive, it was exactly what I was after. I didn't want me in the foreground. I just wanted to make something that would help the filmmakers get attention for their movies. So in the end of the days, even if they had a big critique about my work, in the end, we're all serving the movie. So that was much easier than to be personally rejected for my work in the fine art world, where there was always a note against me. They were always like bored or uninterested, or this is from the past, or so able to wash it away when it's just about yourself, and you walk away crushed and you can't pick yourself up. But when you work towards a movie, it's easier because that's somebody else's work and you want to do justice. And so when they reject you or they have a note, you're like, okay, this is the filmmaker, or this is the person who worked, 7 months on this, and I just come in at the last second. I'm able to compute that and not take it so hard. So I do have that side of me, and I try to mix it up because I just simply want to have a different work out there, and I need to pay the bills. So, but there's a lot of work I also say no to because of personal distaste, like you say. If it's too, like they asked me to do something for Ahsoka or something, and I'm like, no, there's absolutely no way. I'll be miserable. And everybody was like, look at the money. I'm like, yeah, the money, yeah, but I'd be so miserable, and it's goes against me that I know it will spoil so much of my other work. And so I say no to most of those stuff. And it's always got to be a balance. You got to pay the kids to stuff, and you got to make a rent and heating and stuff. So at the end, I feel guilty, but that I think we all have that balance that needs to be kept. And you have to really know yourself, whether that's so destructive, and you have to be lucky that you have people around you to support you in that decision. But like you said, in the end, the computer again becomes a salvation because we're able to curate our own space. So I only post what I feel is valuable. I don't need, sometimes I'm like, oh, I work for this person and they have a small movie and I need to post it, even though my work is completely fallen under being picked apart by notes. But I still feel like I need to promote the movie in a certain way or something. But most of the time now I can create my imaginary museum on that Instagram page or whatever, my website. At least there, I'm in charge of that, what can fit into that rectangle, So in the end of the day,
I find it really helpful. What we were saying a beat ago about looking on the back of an LP to kind of find out which other artists that artist liked. You've kind of been my gateway into an awful lot of Japanese cinema that was previously kind of unavailable over here. In the VHS and the DVD days, we were very starved in the way that America was quite spoiled. So there's a bunch of Japanese filmmakers I just haven't had a chance to come to until relatively recently. And I found that because there's so much stuff out there, we are in this kind of, everyone keeps saying that physical media is dying, and I always like to say it's almost like, if it is, then we're in the magic hour, a very slow magic hour at the end of the day, right? Yeah. And so it's this wonderful kind of period where we are getting a lot of great releases of things coming out. And for me, a lot of the Japanese filmmakers that I've not previously been that familiar with, there's a level of confidence where I'm like, okay, Tony's done a cover for this. This is probably a safe bet that I'm going to enjoy kind of going down this path. And 9 times out of 10, I kind of have.
Yeah, and there's thank God there's good things coming. I can tease a little bit. There's absolute dreams coming that I've been fans of for again over 20 years, and finally I've been pitching a lot to companies and saying, you need to release this, can we get a box set this, and I never get into the rights issues, so I'm unfamiliar with that, so I get a lot of the rejection is just because it's so complicated to find out who's responsible and stuff. But yeah, you're right, there was a little renaissance that's absolutely comparable to the LP world, because we've been all through this. Through the 90s, everybody threw out their records and we were all like, yeah, we can dig. I mean, I found everything for free. Like I never would jumped on the CD train. I didn't care. Like for me, that was not interesting. And so all of a sudden, all this stuff became available that before was treasured. And then, we see still now every DJ, everybody, now they're rebuying vinyl, they're repressing vinyl, they're doing all this stuff. So yeah, I think, the more we see this dead end of streaming and what's available, and people get wise to it in a way that's maybe never going to be the broad market, but we don't want the broad market. I found that so often that when I recommend, people are saying, I'll make a list of the most Japanese movies I need to watch, and I'm like, I'm about to make the list, and I'm like, no, wait a minute, I don't want all these people jumping on this thing discussing it. And so it's a weird thing. I'm like, just like, if you can't do the work, like I'm saying, like you said, look at my website. If you watched all those that I posted, you're in a good place, because none of these will be released in my lifetime. I know because I've tried. So even the smattering we get, this light dusting, is just the tip of the iceberg of Japanese true master cinema. Like, name it, you can throw a rock and it's just surface grade level. We don't even have half of the Musashi films that are available. Everybody's just so happy with it's just shameful, actually. And every time the BFI releases like the top most 100 important Japanese movies, I want to throw my computer against the wall. I'm like,
because it's the same. It's the same for 20 years.
And it's moronic. I mean, it's Ozu, Mizoguchi, and Kurosawa, which are obvious masters, but even their works are in such misinterpretations and stuck in such old tropes of what Japanese cinema is, because people just adapt the writings and they kind of carry the mistakes through, and they transmute into misunderstandings of Japan. I lived in Japan for quite a while. And I worked there a lot, and I went to the video store every night watching movies and without knowing any Japanese. It's just feeding an imagery into my brain and making notes and completely insane sketches and ideas of interpretations. And Japan, the Hong Kong Japan is obviously a clash, especially when you grew up with Bruce Lee and Fist of Fury, and you're like, oh no, the Japanese. But for me, it was always, the gateway to all of this was when I was 6 years old. My father showed me Seven Samurai. So that's the ultra trend. If I could pick one more than Indiana Jones, maybe James Bond can equal that. The first time Sean Connery, I saw
Did James Bond come before Seven Samurai?
Yeah, that came before Seven Samurai, but that felt familiar. That wasn't so exotic. Like, but it wasn't such a stretch. Seven Samurai was really my father going like, we're going to watch this black and white Japanese movie, and I'm like, oh no, like what? I was into Transformers and Thundercats or whatever I was at the time, He-Man, and he's like, you're gonna love this, and I'm like, no, I don't want to watch this. This is I was really against, and I mean, from the word go after this, I mean, I was a different human being, never to come back. And then my father didn't even know what he did, because after this, I was seeking out everything Japanese samurai, and obviously going through deeper and deeper as much as we could back then. And then my father being completely baffled, because he had nothing to do. He comes from theater, so a little bit through the Noah interactions, but even there, he was not so interested in that world. And that became kind of my personal little thing I could hold on to in this world of where everybody knew more than me. Everybody had bigger, greater, especially artistic ideas. I was an expert with that little knowledge I had. I was the absolute complete expert in my surrounding of that. And that became my carrying torch. And it's till this day, because obviously my knowledge is superficial. But through the years, I think I have the most Japanese movie posters of anybody in the world. Like, I have over 200 Japanese movie posters that I made. And there's nobody, even the masters haven't done that. They worked in Japan, they're Japanese. And it's obviously something else when you work out of your own passion, or whether they're really released. But I feel like this imaginary museum of me paying homage to a film multiple times, often, like, 4, 5, 6 times, coming back to it through several years, is something that's unprecedented. And it's something that even I don't need to even feel the need to share so much with the world. So I have this huge reservoir of things that I always think, like, one day I'm going to show this in Japan with a movie discussion, with a talk, with a book that can bring this whole thing together that I built in this very honest, passionate way, and it fuels in between the kind of jobs. That's what keeps me going. That I can still watch a movie, even if I've seen it, that can give me a jolt to run up in the middle of it and go downstairs or whatever, or sketch while I work, and it still has that power to inspire. Whether it's through the cinematography or now a different aspect, because you've changed, now you're watching it back. And I've been really trying to be a emissary to that when it comes to putting together, especially collections that are beyond the jidaigeki samurai movies that are easier pitches in the West, but the masterpieces of just Kihachi Okamoto, which are the contemporary movies, are not available in the West, which are, like, if you show this to any artsy fartsy wannabe avant-garde Criterion closeted person, they would blow their minds. It's better than anything we will see ever again. And these are not available. So I've been pitching and trying, and once in a while they come through, and it also relies on your partners. Something I hadn't realized, that in these labels, there's often freelance people that work there who are doing on the same mission that we are on. They are trying to get together, and they're dealing it from the other side. And it's been really helpful to see their side, where it's not just like, I made this work and it's been rejected, to see what it takes to put together such a collection from curators aspect. And you build relationships to people. And like I said, often it's mysterious why they select you for things and not others. But luckily, there's been great people who work with me over and over, who knows what to expect of me, and know that I'm one of the few guys. If you tell me, oh, we have a project for this, you don't need to send me a screener link. I mean, I can start. I've seen these movies. This is not something I need to get into the subject matter. And I think I'm always baffled that people don't value this more. But I'm always like, yeah, don't worry. I can do this tomorrow. I can do this tonight.
Have any of them ever approached you about doing a commentary track? Any of the labels you worked with?
I think I'm too erratic, or people are not aware of the scope. I think still to this day, I think people are not aware what's around me here, what's downstairs, how many works there actually are, how many huge canvases there are, like 4 times 5 meters canvases downstairs. Like, there's actual museums shows to be had here. This is not just like cover art in a tiny scale. This is sculptures, drawings, paintings. Like, it's a weird cosmos that maybe also, I just wanted to. I haven't found the right form to express that, to make it all come together. Right now, I'm so happy that, like we said, we're in the prolonged. It's a good analogy you made. What do you say? A prolonged magic hour, that we can still really. I feel like I need to put all my power into releasing as much of these physical objects as we can, to disseminate these ideas, to hopefully get a new generation out there, like your channel does, to inspire, to keep the flame going. And meanwhile, if I can make that work with family and pay the bills, I'm already so lucky. And then the private work somehow will pop out of there. Maybe one day I'll go to Kugamo to travel the Musashi Way, right? Kagoshima, and go and exhibit something. I don't know. It's like that will come out, but it's something that holds me afloat. Whether the collection is successful, whether the project comes through, whether there's another job, it almost doesn't matter in the end, because I would do this without money. I would just keep going. I've done this before money. I will do it long after money, because that's something that saves me the psychiatrist in a weird way. It's like it's I think where it started was as I had watching these movies, and then VHS era first becoming available, as being able to hold these movies, actually not catching just the end or the middle or then making up the rest. To be able to own a movie was so huge. So when you hold the Temple of Doom and you engage with Drew Struzan's artwork, that was one thing. but also you and me off in the far corners, not being in the hyper American market, was hard to get. Even those were hard to
Really
get.
hard. Yeah.
So when you had one of those, this was so cherished. And if I didn't have them, I needed to paint them myself. So the first versions were my own cover. I just used to draw my own. I still have some of those old. I should post them. I always think I should post some of those early Kung Fu covers that I drew for myself on a VHS, and slip it into the kind of, I bought like a, those ready-made shells, and then I recorded it off TV, put it in there, and I wrote the spine. And that was my first way to prolong the movie after it was over. Like, I still wanted to live in the world. We obviously played Bruce Lee out in the backyard, or made movies with our friends, or some of my friends obviously trained, which was less interesting to me. I was like the fantasy guy. They actually could fight. I was like more into it. No, you need to use tiger style. And that was a way, that's how it all started. So at the earliest version, it was as a kid. This is how kids how engage in a healthy way. They watch films or hear music, or then want to reenact it, and are productive right away if you don't spoil it. And I feel the iPad is less services that less. I see it with my own daughter, so I try to engage her after the movie, and it's there. The passion is there. If you just put the materials in front of them, they will make something out of it. And that's the way I was. It was through movies, and then complete boredom, right? Like complete absolute nothing. No Game Boys, no video games, nothing around. And you like have a pen and pencil, and you're like, I still want to be in the movie. I still want to be in the world of the samurai.
I want that experience going. Yeah.
I want to draw the pagoda. Like, what if there was another level? And then I didn't see the Kareem version. Mine was cut. Another friend told me, oh, he actually rips his eyes out. And you're like, oh, really? And you draw that. And it's kind of through this that if you can hold on through that, through client notes and circumstances and bills and gas and electricity and politics and robots, CGI bullshit, then you're on a good path. And I always feel like I can always return to the movies. Like I can get that jolt back, no matter how depressing it gets around.
You mentioned James Bond in passing, and I think because going back to before the VHS days, before there was kind of video rental shops and stuff, we only had the rare times when movies were shown on TV for me. Because I was at this point way too young to even go to the cinema unless it was to see like Fantasia or whatever kids movie, right? Yeah. So the very first James Bond movie I can ever remember sitting down and watching with my dad was You Only Live Twice. And that was the first time I even became aware of that there was a country called
ninjas.
Japan.
Even this is the first time I saw ninjas.
Everything, right?
Yeah, Tatsuro Tamba. Like later, you're like, that's Tiger Tanaka. Like,
yeah. And that was meant to be. Oh God, there's a story that was originally offered to Mifune. Like they were trying to get Mifune to play it, which would have been
Connery and Mifune would have been. My head would have exploded. I
think. Same, right? Because my dad, I think my dad didn't have that. He worked all the time. My dad was a full-time artist when I was really young, but doing heraldic art, which was kind of very sort of specific, and he kind of had infinitely more time and patience for that than he did with small children. So I think the third Indiana Jones film is still the one that hits the hardest for me, because I feel that although I'm no Indiana Jones, the relationship between Indy and his dad in that movie is alarmingly similar to my own relationship with my dad. But
this is something, I don't know why Connery, or I know why, but I kind of don't probe. But Connery is a substitute father for me in many ways, not just in the father figure. It's who I wanted to be most, who I carry myself as. I hope in my fantasy I am like. That's because I saw them all consecutive. Like you said, with my father, I saw Dr. No, and I saw, and it ended after Connery for me. I'm not Roger Moore. I'm a complete fundamentalist defender. There's only one James Bond, and that's Sean Connery. And for me, the impact of those movies, when he first appears on screen, that's another one that's like Seven Samurai. It's like, I saw that before, but it definitely was something, I'm never the same after this. This is something that's carried me through. And for me, it's Robin and Marian, that movie where he's the older Robin Hood and reliving his past. And that's something that hits so hard for me till this day. I still weep and cry. The music obviously has something to do with it, but it's also deeper connected to Connery and my father and those experiences of watching those movies together. And that first impact that man had on my life, like we're talking about heroes before, that was my first hero. That was my first like encounter with something of somebody you would shape yourself to be. Obviously it's not the man, but later through the movies you do sense a distilled quality that you want to replicate in your own life, and you want to have that, and you want to hold yourself to this. Obviously completely failed in all aspects. Maybe the hair loss will come in, but that's the only thing.
I've already got the Sean cut.
Yeah, exactly. He made that often himself. He said he made a deal with the devil and the price was the hair. But even without hair, he's my favorite, Robin Hood. But yeah, Connery is, like you said, Bond, and there's a huge Bond archive too, which I never posted. Like Bond, I've made all the books with Connery. I've made all the films with Connery. I've made all this. Because for me, again, it was, I can do this. This is what I would love to have seen. But how can it will never be done. So, but I can draw that, right? Like, so the freedom of art enabled me to reinterpret that and just fill it with how I wanted it to be. All of a sudden, I was in charge and could play my world and pay homage to something that I just, Diamonds Are Forever. I didn't work out as I planned, but I can draw how I would have loved it to be, So James Bond is at the root, and the decline of Bond is very much parallel to the decline we've been talking about everything for, whether it's practical effects or the texture of quality of film stock, then again relating it to pigment, of actually drawing something on canvas or paper, or having the physical aspect of charcoal that's from a burnt tree, as something that a physical world that all these men inhabited, whether it was Can Adam or fighter pilot, and then they would come and make these movies, and these would be unspoiled people. These were people that are grateful and happy to work in the field, and they would know their own value, and they would carry this onto the screen. And it's something we perceived as little guys. We perceived this integrity of these men making these movies, or women, but I'm just saying that this is something we related to as young boys. And that's completely absent today. It's completely bled out, whether it's through politics or internal memos or notes or the contemporary bullshit that's put on. And subsequently, I feel nothing for these movies. And the bigger the spectacle through CGI, the less I feel. And it all zooms in and out. And I think it's not just me because I'm such an expert. I feel that it's everybody feels, whether they know they feel it or not. And the more you feel it, the more you can relate to older things, because obviously then you can compare. Then you can see, why is this shoddy stop motion animation speak to me and completely magical, and this realistic every hair follicle moving thing false and completely absurd and gross to me? Why doesn't this jump off the screen? And and it feeds back to Hong Kong cinema, where I always said, like, the golden age of action cinema is Hong Kong, golden harvest in the 80s, and we'll never get back to this. This is something where people throw themselves onto concrete floors and do it, and that's almost beside the point. That's not the reason for that to be, but the fact that it was made like this carried beyond even the intention of the filmmakers. It spoke to us, even if it's sped up and cranked up and bizarre. It was still able that they attempted this stuff was so wild and magical that when it's all hovering and slow and gorgeous, I feel nothing. I feel no impact. And so I have a hard time relating back to the jobs. When I'm offered a lot of contemporary stuff, I feel almost no connection. But then something kicks in, something I'm working on now, a gigantic project, mega money, blah, 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 but zero money for me, zero money for this. And I'm like, I should turn this down. This is ridiculous. This is not even honoring anything. They're not serious. And then I always think something else kicks in. But if I can prove that this has more value, maybe this will spark something again. Maybe this will spark this weird return to crafts that I'm for. And obviously it's a little bit of a pipe dream, but I always think, like, maybe I can shame them into seeing like what's available with no funds, no nothing, and we could just do it through passion, and we can get back to a place that has more value. And yeah, so it's always these two souls wrestling in me, whether it's like whether it's something I should say no to and hold firm, or prove a point. And oftentimes, like in the case of Indiana Jones, this was something, it was so dear to my heart that I turned it down several times, turned it down. And I was like, I'm not interested. I'm not going to be able to, in this system, to create what I think should be right. But then they got me right where it hurts. They say, they got me, they tricked me, and said, well, I thought of this. He's going to go out on a digital poster. And I was like, okay, no, I need to at least make Indy, was so responsible for a lot of the love and my movie love, like you said, and the fusion with Connery and seeing The Last Crusade, that was huge. I need to at least attempt this, and it completely failed. I mean, it was so painful and hurtful and disgusting that I don't even want to speak about it. But again, this was such an instance where I was like, it doesn't almost matter, because the chance of this will never come again, and I can only attempt it. I hope that it will do something, and it didn't work out. But again, that's why we do it. Like, we start and fail. But I would have regretted.
Better to regret. Yeah, better to regret something you've done than something you haven't.
Yeah, I would have regretted it, even though. Yeah, it stays with me. I'm still traumatized. I'm still kind of reveling in the fact. I think the thing that's most jarring is that I knew the way it was going to happen, and it played out exactly the same way. I think that's what I'm so wrestling with. It's not that the sudden realization, oh, it didn't work out through all these circumstances, but that's how I spelled it out in the beginning, and I told them blatantly, honestly, this is what I think will happen. And they're like, no, and then exactly happened. That's something I'm wrestling with, that I'm like, oh, what is this weird thing? That's when you play on those huge stages, all of a sudden, then you're like, okay, this is something where it's beyond you, and you just need to be professional and let it go. And this is what happened to a lot of people. And like we talked a little bit in our pre-interview chat more, that it happens to the greatest masters. There's unpublished work by Frank Frazetta from Dusk Till Dawn. They never use this poster. And you're like, are you insane? You have one of the best masters to ever do it. And you have a poster, hand-painted Frank Frazetta, and it wasn't even used in the marketing. And you're like, oh, this happened to everybody. Bob Peak, there's unpublished works. And you're like, okay, I guess this is, if it can happen to them, I'm happy to fall in line there. It's just, again, they're now digital manipulations that make it way worse than not. I'd rather have them not use it at all than just to mess with it and end up with this weird mutation Frankenstein stuff.
I saw a quote yesterday, and I'm not too sure whose Twitter page this is on, but I've seen it reposted a bunch of times, and so I can't take credit for the quote, but it's been doing the rounds on Twitter, and it's about AI specifically. But it said the underlying purpose of AI is to allow wealth to access skill, or removing from the skill the ability to access wealth. And it's something that kind of resonates and hits with me, because I'm finding myself in my own day job kicking up against AI becoming a factor, and it killed off one whole area of work for me pretty quickly in terms of looking at product photography and all of that. They just started switching over to just CG rendering the product rather than photographing it originally. And I think I'm seeing it spread over into the art world more and more, and Photoshop is leaning hard into really trying to sell itself more as being almost like a 3D generation software than what it traditionally started out to be, which was already something when I first encountered it, I was pretty uncomfortable with. I came up at a time when editing photos was going into the darkroom, and if you wanted something exposed more, you had to burn it under, you had to burn onto the photographic paper for a little bit longer. So,
oh yeah, so much you said there. So first of all, that quote is, I saw it too. It's greatly distilling it down. It's great. And there's there's certain stuff that only we as artists or photographers or painters or anybody can talk to. The public discussion of AI is always one thing, but the actual practice of it is even more gross and disgusting and far more sinister, and the money behind it as everything. And we're going to drift off into conspiracy world, but it's part of as we found out, conspiracies are they're all true, so it doesn't matter. Ever since you're gonna get demonetized here if I keep speaking. No, but the sinister aspect is if we take the biggest aspects of human achievement is art, right? Like that's what sets us apart from any other species, that we're able to build Venice, Tintoretto, go into the woods, chop down a tree, make a cembalo out of it, like your father, heraldic art. I mean, this is beyond what any animal or other life form can do. And I doubt aliens can replicate it. At least what we've seen in the movies, this is not interesting to me. This kind of
not unless
whatever they
like,
created is not. There's no Tintoretto in the alien world. I mean, like I haven't
unless
seen it.
unless we find that Geiger was just getting incredible visions of an actual reality, that would.
But even there, I don't want to see the xenomorph paintings are not going to be as good as Tintoretto. But anyhow, the drifting off. I think, but once you take that from us, we're much easier to control, because you're really capping the top of what we are able to achieve. The fantasy, the true peak of our civilization is being capped, and the more we make this kind of idea of equality, the Andy Warhol, the Joseph Beuys, the kind of Mao Zedong, like we're all equal, we're all artists, nobody is an artist. This is absolutely, we're caught up in this wave of equality, opportunity, DEI, equality, equity and inclusion, all these shitty terms that are floated. I've lost jobs to this, and I doubt that it's honorable, the intentions. I really doubt it. I knowing these people behind it, it's very dubious that this is actually giving work to displaced or people that are more deserving rather than the skilled people. But there's been institutions, even everybody's fallen. Criterion has fully embraced digital covers and the digital drawing tracings for, we see Sammo Hung even getting treatment. This was a job they should call me. No, they're just having digital people do it now. And so everybody's fallen. There's almost no beacon out there anymore who can shield us from this by curating only the craft. And so you're kind of playing in that big swamp of stuff now. And I've been more radicalized and pushed into the corner than ever before, because the reason I escaped the art world was because I was having too strong opinions. I was kind of like already there. I was being, my opinions were unhealthy for the bank account. And then I found the film world where it was united. We're all working together for the bigger cause. And now I found myself pushed again into the corner of being a complete heretic to the current status. And I'm like, oh no, again, like, can I just keep going? And so I try to put the blinders on and go only towards work from my passion, which is, I know, the salvation, but it's become increasingly hard, because you just see out there having to engage in post, you're unable to shield yourself from the swamp, and you see that people aren't able. We're not lacking talented artists today. They're more than ever. But what we're lacking are the people, the curators, who have the right eye to put the people in the right places and champion them without being scared of opinions of other people, and really holding to them over long periods of time to foster a point of view that's healthy for the next generation. That's something they can give back, put something else back in the pot, not just take from it, not just take from everybody else, but even if it's just a smithering of my own style or my work that I created after 20 years or 40 years or hopefully however long, there will be something new that's created, even if it's relating to old movies. Now something else is in the world that is not just derivative of other old things, or taken or traced, or again, we're missing, like you said, with cinema, the cinematography or photography. Freddie Young, we're talking about You Only Live Twice. That was magic. That was somebody who had to dunk a acetate into a solution to make the sunset at the right levels. Only he could do it. So whoever, even Terrence Young or anybody couldn't come and say, hey, what about this? Come on, let's see it in the edit. No, trust me, Gordon Willis, this will come out. This is the magician at work. And we see this trust, the camaraderie of people. This is true magic, to have that flicker across your eyelids. And if we remove all the textures, if we remove all this lived trace of material and things, we're removing such a huge part of our human achievement, the heights, whether we talk about jazz music or anything, the golden ages, we can see them. It's cyclical, but it's also, it dies after a certain point. There is no equivalent today, and it's not reproducible. And that discussion is too seldomly had, because they found a way to negate you very quickly, because you're either the old fart, or you're disappointed, or you're bitter because you didn't make it, or you're player hater, whatever the stupid terms they invented to keep us at bay. If you have any sort of critique, you are pushed to the side, even if it's meant to be constructive. At some point I was thinking to myself,
I think.
At some point I was thinking to myself, I should be, if I value the position now I've been lucky to have in this point where I'm making so many works that are in the public, I should speak out, not as a critique, in a constructive way, and say what's good, what's not good, to be this curator. And I found very quickly, no matter how nice you're trying to be, like, better leave your fingers off that. There's so many people are hurt and disinformed and feel attacked, that you leave this. You cannot do it. You can only do it through the work, and hopefully that somebody sees that. Like you said, thank you for making this space and your time and seeing the products, because in the end of the day, there is that if I put my seal of approval on it, like you said, about certain works, and then reinterpret it with a certain love, there is somebody out there that will then see it, and it will create a germ to then, see these films again, or go on their own journey. And that's the real true value. But we lose sight of that so often as we get caged and put in a corner, and they want to provoke us. They want to put needles into us, and they want to hit us. So we lash out, because when you lash out, they're able to control you even more. So I find myself constantly in the, sorry.
No, you're totally fine. And I think we've kind of commoditized negativity in a way that we never did before. So I think as soon as at some point somebody realized, or an algorithm realized, that inherently more people would interact with something that would make them angry than something that would actually bring them joy, we started spiraling down this awful road. And it's kind of spawned this whole new wave of kind of anti-marketing, where instead of trying to get people enthused about whatever product you have coming out, you're going to alienate half the audience to try and bring in some other audience. And I would love to listen into what a current marketing course is like these days, because I'm sure it's probably a wretched, vile, what's that thing about Mos Eisley, a wretched hive of scum and villainy?
It is, and it's part. I deal with it obviously tendentially, because obviously if they select me, you always think, okay, there's already a certain knowledge that they're going to go down a certain road with a certain passion. But ever since COVID, it ends up in these things that I've tried to avoid before, in these giant Zoom calls where there's lots of opinions, and you can tell the moment it flickers on who's against you, who's for you. And it's because we are signaling everybody pronouns, and we're doing all these games that keep us far more divided than we would ever be if we're talking like in the old days about the movies, because I didn't know your name. I didn't know what your father did, but we both saw Game of Death. So, right, that's the connecting tissue. And nobody knew politics of anybody. Nobody cared. And when you're really empty, and you're insecure about your position, you have a lot of opinions, and you are guarding yourself against any discussion by coming up front and attacking. I found so many times where the ball hasn't even gotten rolling, and on the other hand, there's a lot of bloat and positions that need to be filled, and they can only be justified if they have something to add to the discussion, right? So otherwise, who cares? So I often see that everybody's happy with the outcome, but there needs to be a dissenting voice, because otherwise, why are they on the Zoom call, or why they justify their position, you know. And so right away you are then dealing with something that has nothing to do with knowledge or the film or what you're able to relate or trying to distill of the work. It's much more, now you're dealing with you're dealing with a lot of confusion. And I think it's always been this way, and this is how we come back to being able to deal with it. Because if you read any philosopher of any time, they dealt with the same issues. They were just under different guises, and now we open up this new technology which spread it more. We're more aware of what's going on in the world simultaneously. At the same time, you're not able to contain it all in your life. I think this is what everybody's feeling at the current state, that there's so much that we all zoom out or tune out,
it's
because
too much. It becomes white noise.
Exactly. It becomes, and it's so grave everywhere, and we cannot put this all on our shoulders. At the same time, we leave space to all these people who are wanting to fill the voids of these positions, and that's why they get filled in again in politics, or power positions are filled by the wrong people because they want those positions. The right people never want those positions, right? And so
I think that's largely what's fueling so many people, particularly in the little kind of wee, I guess, echo chamber that I'm in of kind of the sort of physical media release world, of why we look back so much to a time when there were actual proper movie stars, which you kind of don't really have anymore. And I think it's because we have too much access to hear what these people say. And so I think one of the sad things that came towards the end of, when we spoke about Connery a bit, the sad things that came towards the end of kind of his life was when he did that Barbara Walters interview and said a couple of things that people found off color. And then all of a sudden there was this big weird turning against him for something that growing up, he was beyond a hero to us growing up. I come from the same city, right? And there wasn't that many people that we could kind of really rally around. We kind of had him, we had Arthur Conan Doyle, and we had
you're lucky. We had nobody in Germany.
Eduardo
Werner Herzog.
Eduardo Palazzi was the other one who I kind of, whose work has been, that was somebody who literally my dad would consciously make an effort on a day when he wasn't working to take me to see Palazzi's sculptures. And I think after Palazzi died, all of his for those that don't know, because we're not a filmmaker, but Palazzi was kind of considered one of the early pioneers of pop art, and Italian parents, but he was born in Leith, which is where I live now in Edinburgh, and there's dots of bits and pieces of his work dotted all around the city, like, and massive.
My grandmother is Scottish. She's from Edinburgh.
Oh, have you ever been? Have you ever been?
Yeah, many times. Oh, through my childhood, I had to play golf, which I was terrible at. When you're young, they try to wreck your mind what to do with a child. I see it now. When you become a parent, you realize why they took you on all these weird outings, because you just need to fill the day. You're like, it's like, what are we doing here? But yeah, no, many times. I love it. And I had many. He was my, I don't know how to even, he was a friend of the family, let's say like this, Tommy Young. And he's the Scotsman for me besides Connery. He was like just I only knew him as an old man. And I met him because hiking in Switzerland through my grandparents, and he connected with me. How you connect to another spirit somehow. We talked about King Arthur, and he showed me all the Beardsley and the illustration. We talked about that, and he could relate to me during these boring dinners with grown-ups, and we would be like children together. And so he became another surrogate kind of Scottish father, weirdly for me. And when I was maybe 10, or in these awkward, weird times, he was a kind of salvation for me, because he took me hiking around Scotland, and we just he was famous for just getting up of the dinner table and then walking off, like not coming back for 3 weeks. His wife Rena, completely aware of this later, and dealt with it like dignity, like those old couples did. Worried, I think, but yeah, that's what he needed to do to break out and do it. And I was on 2 trips with him. One was long, one was just a drive because he couldn't hike anymore. But I saw all around Scotland. It deeply seeped into my painting nature, the changing lights, the flickering of the situations. I think, again, like film, It's something I try to reproduce in my other work that's unseen, my fine art world, where I wanted to make a painting that's in constant flux, that's never standing still. That's not like you capture a moment, that's that setting. I made paintings that would be under different light, react to that light so dramatically that it would reflect. And those were the early experiences in Scotland, being able to hike and come across, and then within seconds, see the landscapes change. And not just once, like you would see in the Mediterranean or in Switzerland, slow progression of a day because of the sun. But in Scotland, as you know, the weather is character. And so it's in seconds. So for me, that was part of the film, being able to experience like a film in nature. Like you're there. You're like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I'm seeing this transformation, like as dramatic. And yeah, and my father, Macbeth was my first opera I ever saw. So I loved all of this. And as a child, anyhow, being so in love with knights and medieval stuff, and Scotland was always like a weird second. I felt very, very at home there, obviously. And I think Connery made a large part. You don't realize how a person can open up a world to you, that you all of a sudden love something just because of that person. Like you're like, oh, he's Scottish, now I love Scotland, or something like that. It's as simple as that. With I think why we didn't have this problem in the 80s with all the new terms of racism and everything that's thrown around. We really grew up in a much healthier time where we just love Bruce Lee. And because we love Bruce Lee, we love Hong Kong, and we love Chinese, and we it opened everything. Like nothing, there was no barrier. And now, because I don't get certain cover art because I'm not Black, they're dividing, they're making it worse. And under the guise of opportunity, you're really dividing us all, and it's like it's silly. And it never computed for me.
It's back to what we were saying about the fine art world in a weird way, where they are literally wanting to put us all into large groups, and as a way of largely of dividing people. Before I forget, and hopefully this will tickle you, but I met Connery once.
Oh my God, I would have died, I think.
Which is the only time in my life I've kind of ever, I think, maybe got close to what maybe the Beatles must have been like at the height of their fever. Because the secondary school that I went to, so I would have been maybe, I guess, probably 12, 13, 14. I need to kind of go back and check and see exactly which year it was. But there was a lower school, a primary school called Bruntsfield Primary, which is where Connery had attended. And they were having their 100-year sort of celebratory, their centenary anniversary. Or is that double like it? Anyway, they were celebrating 100 years of the school being there. And he came back, but he came back super low key. Like, it wasn't announced in the press, to my knowledge, but I wouldn't have known it back then anyway, because there was certainly no paparazzi, there was no press there. But we were literally just walking home from the end of the day of school, would always walk past that school anyway as a way of walking home. And there was this insane commotion happening of just sardine-packed people. And we're like, oh, this is very uncommon, like never seen this situation before. And then all of a sudden, from the middle of this throng, Connery appears, right, and working his way towards a car with no handlers, no minders, no security, just walking towards the car. I think he maybe had a driver, but he was just walking to the car on his own and kind of shaking hands with the teachers and stuff. And we realized who it was and packed around him even more. So now you have just this throng of basically all kids around him, desperately trying to get close to him, which must have been overwhelming for anybody, him included. And I can remember one of my friends, I wasn't bold enough to be the one, but my friend, a kid called Johnny Ferrier, basically asked, can we get your autograph? And he looked around at the sheer number of masses and was like, nah, if I sign one, I'm going to have to sign them all, right? So we ended up getting a handshake. So I think because we were quite close to the car, we got a handshake, and then he was into the car and he was gone. And it was like unreal, right? So I think he was very much a larger than life presence.
Larger than life. And that's amazing. Thank you for sharing this, because I played that scenario through in my head many times, not only as a kid, but then wishing to be his son, obviously, which is not, I love my father. He's the greatest man, but he didn't have a problem with that. But I still, his son did this Robin Hood show in the 80s and stuff. But I always saw how sad, and and I know what it's like not to be able to relate, because how could you live up to this man, right? And then to be his son, what a curse, because you are. I
Forever
often
in the
felt
shadows,
so
right?
sorry for his son, because I felt the same need. I want to relate for him. I saw in his eyes. Whether that's true or not, would be something you're keenly aware when you meet these larger than life figures, that they don't want to engage with you, because not because they're unkind but just because that's what they're fleeing from, this adulation. This is the man. This is his wrestling with coming to terms with, like, negotiating his own contracts, not having handlers, not doing any of the shit. So you want to leave him alone, but at the same time you want to express how much they mean to you, what an impact they had on your life. And I always thought, how would I, as a son, that must be living hell, because you can never live up and you want to go your own path. But yeah, I've played that scenario in my head so many times, because yeah, in a weird way, he's the father of my creative life in the movie world, because, you know, that's the transformative aspect. And I'm kind of, yeah, I'm glad. I often played like, what would I say first? You want to hit them with something they don't expect. I love the man who would be king more than any James Bond, or something, you know, something that would jolt them. But yeah, you couldn't.
I always wonder
It's
what he
hard.
would have been most proud of, because I think, like, you can see him, and I know that there's that story of him kind of getting so frustrated with the press
Oh yeah,
on You Only
Japan
Live
is again.
Twice,
Yeah.
right? And it's kind of what made him step away. But I think he was constantly trying to, like, I think, not fit into that box that they wanted to put him in of being just Bond. So I still adore The Name of the Rose so much, because it's kind of one of the roles that he's so
Well, that's
soft and so
why
genuine.
why Robin and Marian hits the most hardest with me,
Mm.
because that's him, you know, no hairpiece, and
Mm-hmm.
the roles are starting to emerge, and he has a shirt off with Audrey Hepburn, and it's such an understated performance. It's all in his eyes, and he was able to pack, I think, what he felt about the world, and that being the hero, the Robin Hood, the larger than life icon, the symbol, but really being a man and having come back from the Crusades to deal with his personal relationship with a woman on the most basic terms, is where it hits the most hard for me. It's so underrated. It's my personal movie of all time, because, you know, I was able to decode what he didn't do as a kid, as a 5-year-old, whatever. When I watched this, I was able to see what he was doing, what he was leaving out, how understated and magical that performance is.
For her
And it's,
too. It's also one
yeah,
of Hepburn's best performances. She's
yes,
very,
and it's
very good
coming
in
off that. Yeah, it's amazing. And Nicole Williamson as Little John. Everybody's feeded at Denholm Elliott, of course, the Crusade connection.
it.
Text in that movie of re-examining a hero and the reality of it, and then still coming through at the end, still being able to find this dignity and love and magic in this boyhood charm of Robin Hood. He finds it again, right? And he has whatever accusations, stupid Barbara Walters there, and him slapping, he slaps Marian, right? Like, he has that thing in himself, that wrestle, like, I need to make my point, and she just looking in pity at this child that she loved, but she doesn't love him anymore, and she falls in love with it. This movie, I can speak for hours and I cannot articulate it. This is one of those things that seeps into your soul. I don't even know how they made this. Richard Harris is so many interpersonal relationships, and it's the movie I always point to that I think for Connery, it's the one that means the most to me, and it's the one that I think it's. I don't know whether he was most proud. I think he loved all the Sidney Lumet series that he did, the connections, because, you
The
know, he
Anderson
worked.
tapes that we can get onto too.
Yeah, or The Hill, or I mean, everything's. Even the offense, I think that's something that meant something to him, because he was such a, you know, he was deeply troubled by all the things going on, workers' right, all this stuff that you're unable to express, and he's aware that, you know, he's fitting into some Hollywood bullshit that you can connect to anybody. So I think there he wanted to righteously express anger and all these things in a role that I think he probably would have named as the ones that were the most difficult and therefore the most valuable to him. But what he's able to express in Robin and Marian is that sort of, I don't even think any actor can believe they're doing it at the moment, that something is written for them so perfectly. I mean, you couldn't cast anybody better than this, that because it matches their own lives, both of their lives, to be able to, what a golden opportunity to then being able to express that. And John Barry obviously coming back with the music from James Bond, but the ultimate beautiful music. If you play one note of this, I'll cry instantly. It's this is the true power of film and art that can transform you forever. And I hope kids today have these experiences, but I don't.
I think so, but I think sadly it's we've lost the detective element to it that I think is so integral to kids' development. And I taught for on and off for years, and it was kind of getting very depressing up until more recently, where kind of the kids were kind of coming in with little to no ability to kind of really kind of think or investigate for themselves. And I think it's too easy, and we see it an awful lot with people who are coming to Japanese cinema, and I may be guilty of this too, but I see it a lot with people who are coming to Hong Kong cinema for the first time now, where it's so easy to go on and say, ask Google, what are the top 10 Hong Kong movies? And then in one hit, you've watched kind of what should be these incredible touchstones that you just accidentally happen upon. All of a sudden, you've got them in one list, and then they work through them over the course of a month, and then everything else after that is kind of considered subpar, right? Rather than it being drip fed through to you or discovered through a little connection through to something that accidentally causes happenstance. And I think the deeper that I get into Japanese cinema, the more I'm starting to kind of see Hong Kong cinema in a very different way, where even down to, because this is something I only discovered fairly recently, but that kind of strobe motion shot that Bruce Lee does in Fist of Fury, finding out that was just
Half
literally
Moon Cut, Raizo Ichikawa,
right. And so because the Sleepy Eyes of Death movies were not available to me when I was a kid, so Raizo Ichikawa is a fairly recent discovery. I think kind of there's that Shinobi no Mono box sets.
Oh man, I was so mad about that. Radiance Films, they're taking everything I always wanted to do, and then they're just grabbing it all. But yeah, this is example for a label that I should be happy at doing all these movies. But I'm obviously pissed off because I've been talking about ninja movies for 10 years and nobody's ever done it. There's still many that they haven't caught, but I'm always living in constant fear that they're just going to grab every single one of my treasured possessions and releasing it. With beautiful, fantastic graphic design, but again, it's not. It's painting.
All photographic based, right?
It's obviously and I can't blame them. They're beautiful additions, but at the same time, I feel ownership of many of these films because I've been such a crusader for so many of these films. There's plenty left, and there's
loads. I've seen your poster for Castle of Owls that you did. I presume just for your own benefit, right?
Oh yeah, many years ago. That's when I was pitching it to Criterion Collection. I was like, guys, this is movie. This is like 20 years, 15 years ago. I was like, you guys have no idea, you know. But there's so many. There's endless movies you can dig. Like with records, I collect only a certain period of music, maybe 10, 15 years in music history, and I still, 40 years of collecting, 30 years of collecting. I can't believe there's more stuff to discover. It's incredible. And so it goes for the movies too. But like what you said with children, it's much more that we were exposed also to older content. Like this stuff I watched, Robin and Marian wasn't shown to me by anybody. It was like, oh, James Bond. And then I watched it, but this was way too early for me you thought I wouldn't get it, but I got it all. I got the entire subtext. Consequent readings of the movie have not improved from when I was 6. Like I knew everything, and exposing the children to this stuff, drugs, death, not the most gore, violence, maybe not, but I saw this stuff that kept me away from drugs in the movies. I saw French Connection 2, and the way they're feeding him in the bed and the old lady stealing his gold watch got me so spooked and shocked that I would never touch any drugs. And even though friends around me did drugs and everything, I was like, no, I was freaked out because I saw it in movies, and it grabbed hold of me early. So with my own daughter, I'm not just feeding her children's movies that are made for children. I'm trying to show her things that had impact on me. Now, obviously, it's a little bit shifted with daughters. they're not going to connect to James Bond as I did. I tried, but it doesn't. I was like, no, there's no difference. So, but there is a difference. But for example, Rocky, she jumped onto Rocky. She loves. We watch all the Rocky. She knows Rocky. She just turned 6, but she knows every single quote from Rocky. Every single quote. And people were always shocked that I would show her all these fights and stuff. But for her, it was her choice. That's something she happened to pass on, and because through the music there was something she could relate to in this story, in this tragedy, and the kid, she saw herself in Adrian, and then the dog, and it's funny, and she saw my paintings, and this is something that just stuck with her. I didn't push. I mean, I was proud, but I think this is the same way with my parents. You just expose a lot of things, and they could never have dreamt I jumped onto like all this martial arts stuff or Japanese cinema. This is something they know nothing about. And but they were curious, like when they listen to podcasts or they hear me talk just in private, they're like, when did you do all this stuff? And it shows you what a different life you lead with your kid, like what inner world they have. And even though you're together every day, you share so much, they really don't know you. And that freedom or those little spaces that you create in your own mind, I don't know whether that's able to do if you're not completely bored, if you're not exposed to older stuff, if you just completely cater to all the time and with content and robot and CGI and Disney Channel and streaming and 24-hour programming. We watch like The Price is Right or whatever, the Golden Girls, because nothing else was on, and you kind of got your hour of TV or something, and you would watch whatever was on, and you learn from that. You learn certain. It wasn't always the best, and it wasn't always the highest, and wasn't always the most educational, but somehow you picked up bits and pieces. And
well, I think there was still in between because there was definitely an awful lot of bullshit TV when I was a kid.
Oh, Alf.
But you'd also have Columbo, right? And you'd
exactly.
see kind of like you'd see directors cutting their teeth on episodes there, and I think that there was kind of even little bits and pieces of kind of good animation. I mean, there was
that's huge.
Like Ulysses 31 was a huge one for me when I was a kid, which was like, I think my gateway into learning about Greek mythology for the first time was through that weird French Japanese kind of like co-production, right? And so I think you kind of, it's strange the stuff that we kind of gravitated to and locked onto. And I think it's interesting hearing your experiences with what your daughter's resonating with just now, because I think there's this perception we have as kids that our parents know everything, right? Because they're the voice of authority in our world. And it took me years to realize that my dad knew a little bit about a lot. And so whereas he adored Mifune, especially, I think he adored Mifune more than he adored Kurosawa. So I don't think he necessarily cared particularly who directed the movie. He just really, for some reason, got the same energy that he got from Sean Connery, from Clint Eastwood, from Mifune. And so I can remember I've just been rewatching Red Sun recently, like Terrence Young's Red Sun, and mostly because I lost my dad this year, so I'm going back to the things.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, dude, honestly, thank you, but it's okay. I think it happened very suddenly and very quick, but in as painless a way that you could ever hope for. So
yeah, there's somehow there's a hope in that we all hope that it could be like this and not years of suffering and seeing them decline. Yeah.
And he was 83, which is a great age, and I saw him a lot leading, and we would have dinner twice a week, every week, and he was very, very kind of, I think the thing that I've achieved in my life that he was most proud of was who I got married to. So he had this second wave of life through just really completely adoring my wife in a way that made me very happy, because she's from mainland China. So he had this, in a weird way, what he gave to me is this little letterbox through to the world through films that he would take me to. Weirdly, I was able to give to him later in life. So he would be obsessed with finding out about trips I would make to China to see her family there. And so he had this sort of second wave of enthusiasm and excitement that I hadn't seen from him in a long time, really, through vicariously through me.
I think it's hard once you get stuck in your own life and your boundaries to make the effort or the conscious change that you do. And it's really only through your kids that you're ever able to jump out of it. I see that now where I'm sort of trapped in Berlin Berlin hasn't become what I thought it would become, or maybe it's because I changed. I'm finding myself wanting to escape, but I'm also in a good position, and she's in a good school, and so you don't change things. But when your kid, obviously, the only way through the kid is if they change something radical. If she moves to Los Angeles, I'm moving. I mean, I'm going because not because I want to, but that's because I would want to be close to her. And so, if you're able to, if your kid can give that back to you, I sort of the same thing you relate to now. It was with my father. All of a sudden, I could hold those conversations with him. And that must have been gratifying. All those times he beat me to go to the museum. And I'm like, I don't want to go to the museum. And she's like, it's good for you. And then he would see me draw afterwards being completely inspired. And I ask him now, like, why would you put up with this? When I see with my own daughter how, fierce a fight they put up. Why would you, like, I was a terror. And he was like, but I saw what it did to you later. And so it was inspiring, and you're able to give that back. I think that's beautiful that you had that you were able to have these moments. I find myself showing my father lots of worlds now that he wasn't able to access because he wasn't interested, and now he's seeing the value in being related to the things that meant something to him. Because you're like, oh look, you like this, I know what you like, but here's something that you're not aware of, and you're like, wow, this is cool. I'm waiting for that with my kid. I'm obviously every father that's what you hope you get. You're able to put enough in there that could come back to you, and there's a rich life together afterwards through all the changes that they go through. And you don't want to close it down too much, right? Because I'm totally aware and capable of going like, oh, this is cute, and I curate this for her to such a closed box, and I'm not allowing any ponies and rainbows and unicorns and stuff. But
no, you just try and gently steer it back into a direction of a little bit more tangible quality, because I think there's so much, particularly with how streaming has sort of taken over, where because there's such a desperate fervor for them to kind of have more content, that the kind of it's become quantity over quality so much with particularly with new productions. And so I think it's difficult to try and kind of steer people back onto the straight and narrow. But
I was always thinking, if I'm, it, like you said, it's easy to critique, it's easy to be snarky. What would be how could we come back from this? And I really find it in my own way, like if we could all reinvigorate Hollywood, reinvigorate the system, and it's obviously not possible because of politics and all this stuff, but if it could be saved if we focus back on crafts, on workshops, on things, on people. You would fill the homeless crisis, the job crisis, because if we fill up those workshops again and stop farming everything to these CGI farms out that mean nothing to people, there would be an ensemble again, there would be a set again. But of course, we see the decline of zoetrope, maybe most likely now. There's always this give and take with, like we see with Megalopolis or Coppola, who had these dreams, who had these ideas to employ all these people who are all of a sudden on the street, Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire, they're around, but nobody's asking them anything. So how can we bring this back to a community of making a film together and crafts? And obviously, if these films are not successful and mega blockbusters, billions of dollars, the dream is quickly over. But I think what we're seeing now is that this meritocracy of trying and failing is gone. All of a sudden, we see people fail and fail and fail and lose billions and millions and quadrillions, and they're still going. You're like, how? How is this possible? This is something that we should get, we would distill back into crafts, I feel, a lot quicker if we're seeing maybe glimpses of it now with the Joker and something like low budget horror movies making the budget back. But yeah, it's something the pendulum has to balance out again. And I feel a lot of this could be achieved through craft again, that if we reduce the crews, if we reduce the budgets, but put everything back into, and I'm proof of that. I can make you an entire campaign in a week or 2 weeks, handcrafted, that would then have a life beyond the movie after it's over, because they are actual works out there in the world, are infinitely more valuable than a giant agency that you pay $200,000, $300,000 to, who make generic slop that you're instantly forgettable, that nobody collects, that has no afterlife, that gives no money back into the budget of the movie, or and I hope they're waking up to this, because the afterlife that we had through you thankfully pointing out physical media, renting those things again, finding older versions, even at higher prices, would all be another revenue stream that is completely ignored now through these generic, horrific, often politically skewed streaming sites. I mean, it's completely boring. Just type in Jean Gabin or Lino Ventura into a streaming site and nothing will pop up. So you can know instantly it's forgettable.
But I think that's because the reins of it are being held by America. And I think the thing that drives me to distraction the most is that there's this whole subset community of particularly on YouTube, of people who are making an incredibly good living of just shitting on American movies the whole time, which I understand why they do. And I understand why people are so quick to engage with that sort of stuff. But I always wonder why they're never like, how many times can you repeat having the same bad experience? And it's like, yes, an awful lot of new American movies suck, but a lot of movies from other places in the world are really great, right? So I mean, I think Japan's still making good movies. Hong Kong's starting to find its groove again. South Korea is having this incredible period of making really interesting, original, fresh, vibrant cinema. But I think there's less money to be made in them thar hills. So no one really wants to listen to someone like me saying, go and check out this new Ma Dong-suk movie. It's incredible. Would they much rather say this?
And I'm guilty as that of anybody. And I think with the little time we have, passion already has a jolt in us all. We don't need to be reinvigorated, most of us, but we have a lot of frustration. And so when we have that little time off, we want to see it. Hopefully comically see somebody getting theirs because you're not able to dish it out. So that's why the negative content has a lot of attraction, because we want to see those people pay, and they usually don't pay in public life. You know, I was always saying politicians were always scumbags, but they paid for it in public opinion. They were never heralded as heroes. Like people look down upon them. So yeah, they're able to fuck us and take all our money and do this. We can't stop, but at least we didn't idolize them. But the new thing was like, they are hero worship, these losers, the absolute zeros, these absolute, zeros of humanity are now stars or are telling us what to do beyond our things. So we want to see them get theirs. And that's why a lot of the negative content strives, and a lot of the positive things are getting pushed by the wayside. I think that's just the nature of humanity. But you're right. There is a wave of, I just did a Hong Kong poster for a current movie that's out, like a Possession Mall, it's called. It's like a tiny budgeted Hong Kong movies, but made all by people with huge amounts of passion, huge amounts of skills, because they come from a world of trained Hong Kong craftsmen. So they know how to do it on shoestring. And their origin is, again, those fantastic ghost stories, those amazing Chinese, whether it's hopping vampires or zombies, there's a huge tradition that you can refer back to in the language. And when they asked me to do the poster, first of all, I was like, wow, you guys are brave, finally, because even in Hong Kong, it's all photo posters and stuff. And mostly, you are calling attention immediately if you don't have one. If you make a handmade poster, I'm like, this is cool, you're going to stand out. But I don't know if people can even read this anymore, because people always think, oh, we thought it's a cartoon because it's painted. This is the stupid notes you get now. People are not even able to translate that abstraction that you would have a painted poster for Star Wars. You would never see that again, because people can't even abstract that this is now why this would be painted when you could just take a picture. Anyhow, they made this decision to do me, and we had a Zoom call, a quick one. And it was so refreshing, because here's all these professional people that see that I know that I know that they know that I know, so we don't have to talk about it. And so immediately it was an easy thing to do, because I could relate to the language I'd grown up with, they could grow up with, and I hope they're doing really well. They're releasing around Halloween. This should be fantastic. This should be something that could be like a little fire starter of the next generation that could then go back and find something and hopefully see, oh, this is like relating to this movie, let me find this. So yeah, it's about maybe creating these little threads back into through physical media like YouTube, or giving even a space to see this has value, this is something. And now we need to just find a way to be critical as well, that's not hurtful, and I feel we all had a pretty thick skin in the 80s. Like, you just need to have a comeback or something, but we weren't hurt by comments.
No,
So
sticks and stones will break my bones, right?
yeah, like
No one's ever hurt me.
I wish I could speak out more to why these things matter and why certain covers are just really subpar and shouldn't be out there, shouldn't even be work. It's also not good for the people because they're getting lifted to these positions right away and they're doing cover after cover, and you're like, you're really doing awful. I mean, I'd rather have the Radiance then is preferable to bad art. Radiance, at least, you know, you're doing beautiful editions. These are just beautiful. They don't add mostly anything, but it's preferable to have that or the original works than this shitty iPad tracing. Like that really is. You're taking away from the movie.
While we're on new work, and because I would be annoyed with myself if I didn't mention or just ask you how this came about, because it kind of was a weird bringing together of different interests for me in a very unexpected way. But you did a poster for Nego formerly of Bathing Ape.
Oh, that's one of those.
Nike.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I don't know how this happens. You end up a lot in folders of people, of just, you know, in these agencies, people just put together folders and they grab a bunch of things. And then sometimes they just use it because they assume it's an old things. And I had many cases where I'm like, how are you using my work? And I, oh, sorry, we thought it was from the 60s or something. I'm like, okay, that's a compliment, but still, I made this. You need to. That's why I only can post in tiny, tiny resolutions, because there's a whole secondary print market that are robbing you blind. Redbubble, the scourge of the earth. And so, yeah, unfortunately, I can never post high resolution of these big, beautiful paintings. They're huge. They're, you know, or they have but I can only post tiny, because they end up in these creative folders, bubbles. And I think in this case, it was just somebody at Nike that said, oh, we want old. He obviously gave them ideas of the stuff he grew up with, the aesthetics, and then they found me through posters that they thought were Japanese or transported some of that. Who could do it today? I think that's a lot of the things. And then they get a smaller folder and a smaller folder. And who could we ask that could do something similar? And I end up in these folders. And that's it. There's no bigger connection there. I have a bigger connection to him through just sneakers and hip hop in Japan. I know all this stuff, you know, but I think he saw that, or he certainly must have given us okay. I think he saw that in the work that I know. So that's it. But yeah, I'm grateful for this. And it's always interesting for me because this is obviously dealing with the world of fashion and things I have great passion for. I'm not just the movie guy. Like, I think my knowledge of Brett is always connected to illustration and art, but it's very broad. Again, like you said, it branches out. So I'm a huge fan I did a lot of fashion illustration.
I think so much of that comes from, because I know that you had a bit of a background in graffiti, and that kind of like that element of hip hop culture where it literally just took little bits and pieces that it liked from lots of different places, and the kind of little influence of kung fu that kind of worked its way into early breakdancing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And sampling,
popping and locking. No, but like you said, I think the thing that I always kept these things very separate, like my fine art world, my movie love, my illustration fashion. I kept these things in boxes just because I didn't want it to bleed over. I had a really hard time to bring it together. My father was always after, or people that dealt with my work, they were like, you should bring this together. You should bring your graffiti. And I was like, no. I don't want to spoil this. Maybe this is very German of me. I'm like, no, this is very rigorous. Like, it has to be separate. And graffiti for me was always like, it has to be pure and it has to be that New York spirit, and it can only be on trains or bombed in the city has to be illegal.
Was it like tags, or were you doing stencils?
Oh yeah, trains. No, stencils. Are you crazy? I'm a writer. I'm a graffiti writer. We used to only paint on trains and subways. I mean, that's the whole point. Banksy is our most hated person in the world. That shit is garbage. Like that artwork bullshit, sticker stuff. No, but again, I think what I've left from, again, I had a huge, maybe 10-year period of being completely burning with fire, doing that, only that. And then it bleeds out into your life. You have to have more responsibility, so you can't jump around tunnels and get arrested and all this stuff. But graffiti, what remained for me, the big lesson from graffiti for me was that you let the work speak for itself. You're anonymous. You are standing in the train station in the morning. The train comes in, what you've done the night before when everybody was asleep and cozy in their bed and rapping and DJing, but you're out there doing it. You're doing it for the passion of it. You see the train come in and people speaking about it, either angry or, oh man, young kids say, look at that R, the way the style discussion that we never have now. But people were really talking about style back then, that we all got the same alphabet. And it didn't matter whether you're Jewish, black, gay, whoever the fuck, nobody cares. You all got the same alphabet. And how much you style, your style was the most important thing. So when you saw it coming through in the morning on the train, first of all, you did it. So that's part in the club. But then it mattered how good you did it in the style, in the awareness of style. And people were very aware of style back then, even if you didn't write graffiti, but just because of hip hop and the general space, the real hip hop, what it had in the public opinion. And so that was where I felt really at home. And like, it didn't matter that I was like this bourgeois middle class kid with artistic parents. I could really do something. Like, nobody judged me on that. Nobody cared, or nobody judged the poor kid that was into heavy metal, not hip hop, but he did a style, one of the best style writers in, my neighborhood. He did only into, like, this was before it got commodified into, bullshit Hermes bags or Jay-Z horse shit. It was hip hop. We all came together under this. And this is what's carried through, and maybe why I don't want my personality to be out there, why I don't want it like in the fine art world, that it's really about the cult of me, and why I respond to Connery, why all these things come through. Let the work speak for itself. What I do outside of that is completely secondary, or even completely unimportant to anybody. I want just to focus on the work. And I think that's from those early graffiti days where I could travel the globe. It was like the most secret, coolest club. I traveled anywhere, and we spoke immediately. You did insane missions together, even though I didn't know the circumstances. But just because you were in that tiny club of graffiti writers, that there was an instant language and respect and common ground, sort of like the movie nerddom of old, when you met at the convention and there was only like 5 Bruce Lee guys, right? And the rest and you knew each other right away. You're like, there you go. And of course there were a variety of braggarts in that world, or half knowledge, but mostly all coming together through the passion of it. And yeah, I think this is, like you said, you take little bits and pieces of parts of your life, and you carry certain things forth without you even knowing why. And I think that ultimately helped me when I was at a real low point after the fine art world had sort of not crashed, but just slowly seeped away, and felt more and more frustrated by it. One of my friends was like, you should put all your movie stuff online, because I'd done it for years, but without. And then I was like, I don't want online. I hate online, and I hate all this. He's like, yeah, but just try. I mean, you need money, and okay. And then I did it through, like you mentioned, the Tumblr site. That was an early thing where you could just post, and all of a sudden I had 20 years of stuff already. So it wasn't like I had to. I often feel sorry for the kids who need to feed that machine constantly through posts, but I had so much already that I could post for the next 10 years without making any new work. So it was easy for me to get a foothold in that. But again, it was one of these things that I would never see how that so hated computer world could give us the same. Or could give salvation to this graffiti thing, because all of a sudden I was anonymous and nobody knows how I looked like, what I sounded like before, but nobody even knew how old I was. 80-year-old Italian guy, or 15-year-old German guy. Nobody knows. It's just the work that speaks for itself. So early on, things started to happen that I loved, where people was like, oh yeah, Tony Stella, I loved his work in the 50s. Or some people started lying about the work that they'd seen about myself. And I was like, I love it. Like this is the confusion that I saw in my own world. This, like we mentioned before, where you would never admit not knowing something. You would just brag and then, or secretly find out. I found that the computer was a way to then at least take a little bit of power back in curating whatever's on your side. At least you're in charge of that. Whatever else goes out there, and you can go to sleep and people in China could find it. That's amazing. That's in the old days, I was still going around with my portfolio to an agency in London in the rain, and you go there and they're like, nah, I can't see you now. And then you like come back after lunch and they're drinking wine or uninterested in you, showing all your work that you worked on. You open it up and you can see their faces completely bored, and you just go away so crushed through these meetings of like, I could never, I just wasn't ready. I cannot live in that world. I was not strong enough. So, and then online, you kind of give away to that and let the people decide. And that's a beautiful thing in the end. So maybe that's a positive note about, I just don't want to be.
It's a crazy that's the double-edged sword of technology in a kind of where it does have the benefit of making the world smaller. And there's no way we could do this without me physically traveling across to Berlin or you coming to Scotland, and what the likelihood of that? I'd have to sit down and write a letter by hand and send it off and hope that it went to the right PO box or whatever. Right. So I think there's definitely a benefit of it connecting people, but I think oddly it also can go the other way where it kind of can alienate us too. And it's a weird thing, right? But I think and the phone's also something that I have a love-hate relationship with, and it's something that I was sort of forced to use when I was teaching a lot as a way of teaching photography, but teaching photography to basically kids who'd been kicked out of school for basically really horrendous behavior, right? And so they would kick around and then they'd end up coming to college kind of because they didn't know where else to send them. So
I went through those workshops with graffiti because the first thing I think before photography, they always think, oh, juvenile delinquents, let's teach them graffiti. And I was always like, okay. But I know those, I went through similar where you are just full awareness of these kids and how little they get, and you're trying to bring a message through of like me showing them Style Wars and they're not caring. They just wanted to tag up some gang, and you're like, oh, but this is the history, and you're like, sorry, but this I know I can feel your pain or also your elation in one or two cases where it maybe works and you're able to bring something through one or two kids.
The phone ended up being weirdly the only way that I could, because I wasn't allowed to check out actual SLR cameras or DSLR because the kids couldn't be trusted. They'd disappear at lunch break, and that camera would be in the pawn shop later on that same day. But they all had a phone, right? They all had a phone with a camera on it. So it was an easy way to kind of start trying to get them into photography. But then after had them for like maybe 2-3 months, and you knew they weren't going to run away, and they were starting to get a little bit of an interest. At that point, we could start feeding in basically a manual camera, right? And the mind-blowing moment for them was starting to remove all the things that the phone is doing for them automatically, and starting to actually reintroduce the element of like, okay, when you're in control of these things like shutter speed, and this is the other stuff you can do. And it was really simple shit, like just turning off all the lights, getting a sparkler or whatever, something that and then just doing super low, slow kind of shutter speed and slow exposure time, and letting them basically almost write their name, graffiti tag their name, but in the air, and then kind of.
This is a great point, because I think this is kind of links to many of the points we raised about crafts and reintroducing something. And I found that with my daughter, because she had the iPad early. It was just something I had no power to get rid of because I needed just like to work and space. But I was aware of what it would do to her at the same time. So when you introduce a pencil back, like they don't care. It's not just the light of the screen, just light. I see that so many times. You're working on a screen, you put the poster again, you see it printed, it's a huge disappointment. It's not backlit. And the kids not having that first experience is so frustrating, because so many of the things that does it automatically, like scattering a brush. If you do that by yourself, it's out of your control. That's why people that always argue me the benefits of like, oh, it's the same. Why are you jealous because digital illustration? I'm like, no, it's not the same skill level. You have no idea. Painting is here, and what you are doing, so much of it is done by the machine. You're not even aware of it. And they're amazing craftspeople in this illustration digital. I'm not even saying that, but I'm still saying this is a lesser form. I cannot see you painting. People can do both. There's amazing people that can do both. I'm not saying this, but it's a weird nuanced discussion that it's a lesser, it is not just in our reception of it, it's a lesser skill set that you're not able to control physical things like watercolors the way an iPad can, or get rid of it. Just the fact that you have erasure, or take steps back, or underlay an image that you trace over it. All this stuff is taken from you. And so when you raise kids early with this, there's then the old Picasso element. You can only get rid of things that you know. You cannot just start to get rid of things from the beginning. And you see
kind
it
of have
everywhere.
to know the rules to break them, right?
So I find I think that's inspiring, and I think that the phone is something that I saw with my own friends. We used to communicate through drawings a lot on holidays, and I would always be the guy drawing the little comic strips of our friendships. And as the phone came in, the iPads came in, people left their books at home, because now all of a sudden I was still like, I had my Musashi above me, 500 pages, 80 kilos, and my friend had a little Kindle, and I was like, why you, this Kindle is bullshit and stuff. And he was like, I have like 50 books on here. How many do you bring on holiday? I'm like, I'm carrying the Musashi around on the beach and stuff. And they're like, it's so heavy, I can't even put this over my head. And it's so, technology made things easier, but it also made, like, I started to then draw like a little bit on our phones, like a little note, send it to it's convenient, but there's no value. None of us kept this stuff. But everybody kept a scrap of us drawing on little pieces of a placemat of a restaurant. It's connecting us to the real world, where the digital stuff is keeping us behind glass. There's something in between that doesn't connect to the physical human lifeblood. And there definitely forces at work now that are trying to push this with real big money and real big forces into this weird robot world. And I'm like, have you not seen Terminator 2? Have you not seen Skynet? Like, what are you doing, you maniacs? I'm like Charlton Heston at the end of Planet of the Apes every day.
It's hard not to feel that we are kind of going down that road, particularly with kind of with military technology is the scariest one. There's that episode of Black Mirror with the kind of robot dog. I don't know if you saw. I think it's called Heavy Metal. But the Black Mirror was a pretty interesting show. But
I remember there's like scenarios of horror tech and stuff. But exactly, interesting in that they would actually speak about something current, where most things are looking back now and like milking things they have done before. But I don't know whether I find myself often thinking, we're obviously, none of us are unique in our experience and reception of the world, and it helps to look back. I think the fact that we are so able to look back with love it's a gift, because we're able to connect to people and see, I'm not the greatest, I'm not the best, I'm not, like, there's people I will never reach, and I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. That's not an attack on me. I'm not offended. It's a gift, but I'm also able to communicate to those people and see that they've been in similar positions. Not happy, not fitting into the current whatever they were given at the time. They were just interested in older stuff or things that hadn't happened, but they were definitely not connecting with the times. And often these were the artists or visionaries or even people that were, and I find myself, the visionary part is always what we're held as the example, the shining example. They're not ready for you because you're so advanced and stuff. And this is always like the goal we're supposed to achieve. But there were many instances where people had the other, and I find myself in this. I was always an old kid. I was always like looking back, and it was something that gave me pleasure, but everybody else thought this was nonsense. It didn't get valued in the world. You always feel, but there were. It helps me find artists that had similar hangups, that had and I think you find that in film a lot easier than like in the fine art world, that people are looking, Sidney Pollack, for example, he obviously was aware of the Yakuza movies, and then he decided, I want to take my money and make the script and make like a complete homage with but just put Robert Mitchum. Wouldn't that be amazing if Robert Mitchum was in like a Japanese Yakuza movie that's completely regressive, that happened 10 15 years before, but I'm making this love letter homage to the cinema, bringing it to the West, but infusing it with our adding Mitchum to it. What would that do? And like, wow, right away you're there. And you see Sam Fuller already did it in House of Bamboo with Robert Ryan in the 50s. And actually, the Japanese then took that, and the Nikatsu style is super influenced by Sam Fuller, of his light and noir, American noir, that they would then copy. So you see that exchange a lot more fluid in film. And once you're able to see the language and you have enough references, you see it really densely populated. And I found that very simpatico, that people are able to, that this is not frowned upon. This is not something detrimental. And people lost that now. People are completely like, oh, you're just making another franchise and you're making it like, you're like, that's not a problem, but you have to just do it with love and quality and something really personal that matters to you. If you want to see that happen, then that's right. That doesn't matter if that's in that genre or that, you know, another revenge kung fu movie. Yeah, that's eternal. That's no problem. I can see a master gets killed. He needs new skills. It will never get old. It will always. It's the Shakespeare rule, right? It's only 10 stories or something. But
yeah, but it is crazy to me how much of it all kind of comes back to Japanese cinema specifically. And I think artists are always quite unapologetic about kind of being inspired by what they've been inspired by. And
yeah, the honest ones. A lot of you, like Tarantino or something, you feel like they're consciously diffusing their influences. You can see it. I mean, it's been now talked to people, but I think it's more of well, with Japan, it was unique because Japan had, for example, Hong Kong was just very small. There was just like a city basically making all those movies, where Japan was connecting to the literary tradition and also to a lost war. And very similar to Germany, it's a lot smaller. It's so small that the world of, like Italy, the same film culture, what a hugely dense, small world it was, and how many studios and productions got cranking for only their market. Japanese movies were not exposed in the world. They had no, but still there were 6 major movie studios, you know, all burnt down in the war, almost no footage remaining. And they have this blossoming of this economic miracle, and 6 people just going to the cinema, and how lucky we were. None of this culture is alive in Japan today, because it's just, movies are not valued. You maybe see it in China now. Maybe see people are cinema is aspirational. You know, you want to at first buy your car, house, family, but also go out. But how can you go out on a low cost? It used to be something that, you know, would unite a town, or, you know, in a tiny town in Rimini in Italy on the seaside, you would have the movies change 6 times a week. And that's how often these films were made on a shoestring budget. Next one, let's go. And I often say that I wish we had like 50 Conan movies with Arnold, but just do them, go, like the Bond movies. Go every year, let's go. One is bad, one is good, doesn't matter. But you only have a certain window where you can make these movies. And that's why Matsumura or any of these Japanese ultra masters is because they didn't wait 50 years to make a movie. They're like, okay, next movie. Oh, this is about a pornographer photographer. Good. Next movie. This is about political corruption. Okay, next movie. Oh, I'm reinterpreting a Jidaigeki Great Budapest 6 movies. Okay, next movie. That's how you get these masters. Kon Ishikawa, you get these masters that don't have a style. Their style is no style, right? Kung Fu, Bruce Lee. Their style is just next subject matter and you often work with the same people. So over time becomes this dense community, and all these strings and all this connective tissue, the spider webs, and you pull on one and it opens a whole new world. You know, the Die Black series, nobody knows about those. This is a series of like industrial spy corruption movies, a whole string, or a Nanto Spy School with Raizo Ishikawa, 6 parts, you know, boom, boom, boom. They just made those movies, you know, and even though Raizo left us super early, the body of work is insane. And now we become into this precious world, locked into, like, I don't ever want to see another fucking Adam Driver movie. He's already, like, I hate that he's been part of it. And it's not his fault necessarily. You know, he's just elevated to this position, working with all the masters. On paper, he's doing all the right things. Working with Michael Mann and Coppola and stuff, but there's somehow you try to distill what's missing, why these movies have zero impact. And it's obviously manifold, but I also feel it's all too precious, it's all too long. It's all too computer. Pare it all back down. Make him quicker. Make him on lower budgets. Make him able to fail quicker. Move through this, and instead of holding hostage with these supposed masterpieces that we're waiting for, and then they just fall through. I don't know what the solution is, but it's somehow I'm just completely out of the current loop I find myself, and there's something that's missing.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's I think
No,
it's the
I think
computer,
that's
but yeah.
well, I think, and I think weirdly, I think that's why so many people have kind of jumped ship across over to making stuff for Netflix, because there's kind of really been the independent system, particularly in America, has just fallen apart completely, and so the kind of the replacement for that in a way, or the kind of creative outlet for that, has kind of been the rise of the streaming services being willing to kind of pay out for content, but with very little quality control and no real kind of.
And I think they're seeing now, or hopefully they're seeing now, that this is it was a double-edged sword. They're paying all these high Phoebe Waller-Bridge for, like, you know, holding deals for 70 million, and then you see what's coming out of that. It's like you can make the entire Japanese Dai canon for this, bring that all back into the cinemas. I mean, that's real value added to the world. But it's, you know, I'm curious to see where it goes. I'm really scared that the niche that we are operating in is so small and so precarious. And like I said, it's so, people don't, from the outside, it might seem like it's this lucrative business. It's really not. Like, it's mostly passion. It's held together by a couple of passionate people, and
a few thousand.
It's precarious if you don't. Our generation is sort of the last that would still care, I feel. And hopefully, we get it to our children, and we see it everywhere that parents are reintroducing them to the old properties, and they're struggling with that. They're like, why are they not feeding? We made this for your niche little target, and you're still showing them whatever Ghostbusters with Bill Murray, and you're still good. Yeah, because we want to relate to our kids what meant something to us, and you're not. It's a thing that we've obviously tried to relate what we found value, and it's very hard to find that in these new things. And
I think we're making little inroads, and I do think, I mean, we've sort of spoken in passing about vinyl and the fact that vinyls refused to die. And although I'm kind of very against how much, I still can't get my head around how much like a vinyl LP costs now, like where they're like £60 for like a.
It's many little weird things. I've done a couple of vinyl reissues because obviously I love music, I love film music, and being able to ask to do this. But you know what's the hardest been in the whole journey was to get black vinyl. I was like, can we do a black vinyl? No, we need color swirls. I'm like, I don't want a color swirl. This is stupid. It was special when there was one color vinyl and you would find it. Now it's
when
like,
it's every single
we need
one.
to put swirls and stuff. And I'm like, but it's like, so...
I think the same thing's kind of going to happen hopefully with cinema history through physical media for quite a long time. Like, we constantly keep getting told that it's dying, and all the big major studios.
Didn't you know painting is dead? Yeah, they said that since.
But we are finding that. I think I'm seeing 50 hurtling towards me with alarming speed, right?
Yeah.
But I'm kind of more often finding more and more kind of guys, mostly guys to be fair at the moment, in their early 20s, who are really couldn't be more turned off by what they're seeing through streaming and through what's on offer at the cinema, and they don't want to watch another superhero movie, and it's all the same and it looks the same and it's got the same exact cinematography every time. So they are finding the stuff that we grew up with, right? And they're kind of finding it through the little boutique labels. So although we're not talking about a sizable chunk of the world's population. Like, I mean, if one of these releases sells 2,000 copies, it's considered a win, right? So I know it's a fairly small little subsect of people, but
in the end, I wonder if that's we're always operating. Guys like us were always operating, whether it's like the people who went to Birdland and saw Miles and Charlie Parker. This wasn't the mass. They were selling around the world, but it was at the moment of inception, there was always a small crowd. There was always a small crowd who loved and cherished it, and who had like I said before, when people ask me like, make my list of the tests, I'm like, lists are stupid, but also like I don't want all this. Like, these are my things, right? Like, and I can only share it with people that also have the passion. And I know who you are because I can tell whether you're bullshitting, because, this is that 80s radar that we all built. And yeah, I wonder whether that's not anyhow the solution, the smaller circles, the smaller
I think
fields.
so. And I think it's the same when you go and see music too, because there's been so many bands, and this is going to absolutely make me sound like a cynical kid of our generation, but there was the bands that you would go and see in a tiny little venue with the ceilings so low that the sweat from everybody's accumulated bodies is raining on you, and it was like the best time ever seeing a band in that sort of circumstances. And then they get bigger and bigger and bigger and more popular, and they play a stadium, and it becomes the most soulless, depressing, vapid experience going to see somebody on that sort of scale.
Lucky we've been spared these horrible decisions of becoming so popular and rich that we have to sell our souls.
Thankfully, no. But I certainly, there's a couple of bands that I kind of saw in tiny little venues, and it was just incredible. But then saw them for the last time when they played somewhere bigger.
I always thought this with the hip hop pioneers that I got to see that were always already legends by the time I found them. Curtis Blow or whoever it was, you stand around them in the McDonald's. I recognize them. Our friends were all like, "Oh, it's Curtis Blow," and they're like, "Yeah, how you doing?" And they were always like, in graffiti culture, was like kings and toys, right? So the kings, the true kings that I met, like the people that we elevated to these positions, were always super sweet and humble and welcoming. And I found it really weird, whether that's Lee or any of the early graffiti writers, never the braggarts, never the bullshit guys. I always found it amazing that they would not be disappointed that now the culture's rolled over them and like Jay-Z's in charge, or some of these stooges that have nothing to do with the culture. And wouldn't you be bitter? Wouldn't you be so sad or frustrated that you invented something and then they took it from you and now they're marketing it to this whatever intense degree? But I never found them bitter, and I never found them I found them really sort of the passion of the music, or us reacting to them, was enough of payment for it. And I was kind of like, oh, this is amazing. If you could arrive there, that's like true success. Like, right? Like for me, it's like holding that set in the fans. Like, that's amazing. Now I'm part of that journey of that film. That's amazing. That's the win. Like nothing else. Not the money is already gone. It's nothing. And whoever is, but somehow you're putting something back out there that's that has to be. We all have to find that that value in what we do. Whether it's you teaching one kid to leave the phone behind or something, it really is about distilling it down onto some kind of daily grounded level. Otherwise, you just get so unhappy and sad. I see it in my friend, and it's easy to jump onto it. I think through Instagram, again, you're living everybody's highlight, and it could be it could seem like that even for myself, like, oh, look, he's only doing these amazing pieces and job after job. It's not true. It's like failure after failure for every cover there's like 50 versions, or the stuff I don't show, or the jobs I lost. But we're always like, I certainly wasn't that jealousy thing that you have to bar yourself from, where you see people achieving and overachieving constantly. And you're like, none of my heroes did that even. Like, I don't want that. Like, so, but how do you manage all these things? And it's really hard in the art world. And because I was like, I found myself having to reel it back constantly because people are shoved into our face so much, like Adam Driver or something. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I just don't. It's just, I don't want another marketing somebody him to me and stuff. I've never seen anything that I would relate to from him or something. And you find yourself, to somebody else, you're Adam Driver, right? Like you're like, oh, Tony Stella, another fucking thing or something, So yeah, you have to repack your backpack every day, constantly check yourself.
And remain water, right? We have to kind of always try and be adaptable and kind of try and change and evolve to survive. I kind of grew up adoring Futura 2000 and kind of his work, but largely because I think at the time that I found him, which was when he was doing a huge amount of work for the record label Mo Wax, he was doing all the covers for them, because they found him working in like a FedEx Kinko's shop, because he was struggling to make ends meet, right? And so brought him over to the UK, and he was just churning out an unbelievable amount of covers for the record label. And so I kind of found him at the right sort of time where it was really immediately
Futura is like
art.
one of the outliers who always worked in galleries, where real graffiti never worked in galleries. It just didn't. It was just always Futura worked in galleries. A couple of people, Dondi kind of did, and it's because they were kind of Ramosy. Basquiat, yeah, but he was he was a special alien. He tagged all his avant-garde stuff in the street, Samo and stuff, but he was not in the writers hip hop club. He wasn't in Subway Graffiti. It's very niche and boxed in where we come from, like what would count. But yeah, they were able. There was a little, but again, like it was the downtown scene back then of art. People drifted in and out of graffiti and painters and stuff. It was like Downtown 200 was the famous saying. It was 200 people. There's no more than that cultural explosion. And then, again, there was the Salvation. It was a tiny club of people pushing the culture. It wasn't corrupted yet by giant marketing arms reaching out. Futura was like doing fashion, like interesting stuff, always record labels, sculpture. Ramosy, he was a little bit broader educated than most of us, like where we were just like, no, very strict about the shadows being on that side, New York style, bubble style, letter style, and you would be trapped in, again, those rules that you made up for yourself, where he was like not accepting those. And it still works to this day, like it's super interesting and creative.
But it's become, sadly, from my point of view, I've been priced out of my sort of appreciation of him, because I get why he's doing it, right? He's a bit older, so I hope all of it's going into his retirement fund, because he's now selling pieces for like, I don't know, $20,000 for like a canvas, which is just
and you look like that's totally look at all the shit on sale. He should be double that, like it's the art world, again, it's such a weird rule there that I got out of, luckily. I sometimes I drive by with my bicycle. I sometimes drive past these openings in Berlin, and I get like this cold shudder on the back of my neck. I'm like having to stand around and I'll sell myself or to work or make small talk or overcome all these expectations of these douchebags. Like it was so much posturing and grossness. Like, again, it wasn't a small club that did something for the love. It's now you're dealing with a whole hangers-on world who are either have different interests in you or different interests in tearing you down. I never had the strength to navigate that world. I was always just like, and I never, in retrospect, it makes sense. It was like silly to even try, because I was never the right person for that. But I think it was definitely helpful to see it and be in it, so you know what you don't want. That's sometimes more helpful than because now you can appreciate not being in it instead of just being sad that you are not appreciated on that level.
It's strange, the things that you sometimes don't appreciate would be over important. Like I was convinced, like I went to film school, so I was convinced that I would find my future making movies, right? Because I've always adored movies, but fairly quickly realized I don't function well in group environments, right? Like I'm not great at being the captain of a room full of 20 people. Kind of, right? And particularly not when directing. It was easier for me when I was like cinematographer on somebody else's project, and they were the social butterfly who could kind of keep things rolling, and I could just do my little bit.
Exactly. I think that's the exactly what you're speaking to. You need to find your role on the team, and all of a sudden you can be the seventh samurai, but you need to be employed in the right way.
I couldn't be the captain. I think I learned quite early, and I remember going to see, like, we used to have an amazing film festival here until DEI and that sort of stuff ran the film festival into the ground by moving away from programming things that people would want to see and just moved entirely into programming what they felt that what you should see, right? Exactly. But we used to get this amazing kind of influx of people who would come and do Q&As when they had no movie to sell, right? They would just come over and sit. So I saw like Paul Verhoeven and Sigourney Weaver and all these people would come when they had no new movie out, and they would just sit, and it was amazing. But watching Steven Soderbergh, whose movies I'm not even a huge fan of, and sort of some of them I like, some of them I don't, but hearing him speak about the process of making movies was the day when I realized I can never be a director. Like he's operating at social, economical, and business level that I don't have the capacity to be able to engage with. It's just never going to work.
That's why those old masters are. They were tank commanders, right? Like Terrence Young. Like these people were from a different breed. Like you for them, this shit was easy. Like, you know, you don't have to escape Nazi Germany and then become like a movie set is nothing. But for us, like, you know, like that's unheralded. And because again, they had benefits too, that other people would fall in line because they were in the army or they had serviced, or bomber pilot and Ken Adam, like he had no problem fitting in. Oh, look, I'm not offended by what he said. Like he didn't give a shit. He know how to take orders, and he still found his creativity within those orders. And but he wasn't definitely. They weren't crying over spilled milk like us. So in a way, we are all soft compared to those men who made those movies, like
post-war generation.
David Lean lying in the desert waiting for the sun to rise. You know, you only have one moment. You need Freddie Young to know what to do. You can't be with somebody who is then, has a me day off or something. And I think my father's a theater director, which is even more in flux and crazy, not in the terms of the economics, that side they can never manage, but in terms of just doing something purely for the moment. Like it would drive me insanely mad. I would see rehearsals and see them come together and find this moment and then lose it, or only one time. And that was special to them. He loves this. This is precisely what he loves. And this is exactly what I rejected, what I couldn't deal with. I wanted to find a moment on the rectangle that I can control and be in charge of without people offering things or, being so, seeing this process at work. You really have to love it and find your passion for these things. Otherwise you're in the wrong place. But again, that's life. Hopefully everybody finds a position where they're best used, right? Like their talents and skills. Oftentimes you rely on a generation before. And I find, that's maybe the task. I didn't have a mentor. I always dreamt of having like a painting instructor or something. I never found that. I'm completely self-taught. I never had anybody teach me technique or something. In the end, it was a salvation because you develop your own style faster. But you don't have
with
to
no
break
one telling
out.
you that's inherently somehow wrong, which I think
it came through the do-it-yourself, the graffiti ethos of stealing your paints, then painting it. Nobody asking anybody to do it. You're painting illegally on an illegal surface in a system that's against you, and then you see it come through. That's again, making a DVD cover is nothing to paint it in the tunnel in 10 minutes when the trains are coming rushing on both sides and you can get killed. That's not like, and when is the deadline? Oh, it's next month. I'm like, tomorrow. I mean, what? I mean, I'm used to a complete different pace and snap of making things. But again, then you come into the economics and you have to start massaging that. Otherwise you end up with nothing at the end of the day. It's many skills you have to employ through that. I don't want to repeat myself, but honestly, it's a dream come true, my job, that I found my way through the maze of all this stuff. And while you're noticing, and all of a sudden being able, like you said, again, this late glow of physical media that we're having, of all these labels on offer, all these fantastic people working behind the scenes to make these come through, putting a huge amount of effort on it, me then being able to put that last glaze almost over it. When all the hard work, all the negotiations and contracts have been done, I can sort of do mine, people trusting me with that. That's an amazing gift. And if it then can go out in the world and find people, and people like you appreciate it, that's like, honestly, it's completely something I never saw coming, and it's completely amazing. I just hope, with all the negative talk, I just hope we can preserve that for the future. That's maybe the only thing why that sounded a little bit too negative. It really is a good time.
I think we've been going through an awful lot of stuff, and I think I'm kind of curious because I'm assuming at this point, because there's been so many of your label customers are repeat customers, that I'm assuming that there's a fairly built up level of trust. But I'm kind of always, the one thing that I'm always curious about, and this is maybe overly geeky for people to find interesting, but I'm kind of interested in this sort of stuff, which is like, what point are they? Are you literally doing kind of typefaces of things? So say for like the cover of like Violent Streets, or you're doing your illustration, or then you also having to kind of work out the overlay, or just
Yeah,
knowing to leave them
I'm
space for.
glad you point this out, because I'm always insanely pissed off when it says artwork Tony Stella designed by whoever. And what they
Yeah,
mean is the booklet, the things. But I always in charge of everything. I do everything. I do the type, the layout, and I don't let anybody else come into that, because it's a whole. It has to be
yeah,
worked in from inception. And oftentimes the really sensitive booklet designers that come in at the end, they even then work off my things with the color scheme and the and to fit that into the booklet. But I never work to somebody's design, so it always should say artwork and design Tony Stella. But again, I gave up on that because I seem super petty and I seem difficult when I don't want to be. I just want the right credit to be deserved, because it is an amazing amount of work too that you have to come into, and it seems of a whole, and that takes work and that takes knowledge and sensitivity to know Japanese style. And before Radiance came about, I did obis before them. I did the banner because I knew Japanese design. So I worked that into my design part. So you have to appreciate that part of it. Or the Bruce Lee set, that the way it's designed with the obi on the bottom, that the box would open up to the split. All this stuff is from inception. I designed all the movie titles. I did they just took it over for their yellow horrific box they did digitally afterwards. They just took all my designs. I took hours to lay out the fonts for each movie title, and this is all me, and it says designed by somebody else. So I'm glad you asked that. The only this is kind of also because the money is relatively low on these things. I'm able to walk away. If they don't do it like I want it, I walk away, and they know that from me now. So I've come into trouble. I never want to let people down, but they also now, I think with me, they know, like, either it comes out the way I want it. I'm able to take notes if an actor looks wrong, if there's many layers to this. I'm obviously changing that. But there always comes a point where it comes so integral into my design, into my idea and the conception and the idea of the movie that I have. If it goes too far against that, I'm just out. And I think that's why labels also dropped me miraculously, why I'm not working for labels anymore. When I feel we've only done great work together, all of a sudden there's a dead point and they don't come back. And you're like, okay, we never even fought. Strange. But maybe they found somebody who's a little bit easier on these things, where I'm a person that then does say no. And I feel there's a lot of younger people, and I don't blame them, young people. I just didn't start out young in this thing. And when you're young, you do a lot of mistakes and you take a lot of chances because you just want to get your foot in the door. I just came in at a very secure point in my work and skill level already, where I was like, no, I'm not doing that, especially not for the money. I'd rather do my own private work, put it out there. I honestly gain more from my own private work than the official projects, which is great in a way.
And like, feel free to tell me to snip this bit out if this gets anything too close to the bone. But I kind of feel Criterion might be one of those examples, because that's someone who I think you've done some incredible work for before. And I know that there was politics in some of them. Like, I think it was maybe you yourself had said in comments or something on an Instagram post, because you did this beautiful cover for Ghost Dog. But I think the word that had come back from Jim Jarmusch himself was that he'd wanted a specific.
Exactly. And then you see that's not true. You find out many negotiating lies. And again, with Criterion are a special beacon always, because Criterion in the past has employed so many amazing people, or still to this day, that they're overwhelmingly great designers and artists that get taken. But they were sort of almost the ivory tower of releases always. Like when they deemed the Criterion collection, right, then people would value the movie, whatever genre people would watch. And there's a tremendous power, but with tremendous power comes tremendous responsibility, right? It also, who you select has then to be the right person. And in the past, that's been the balm on all the wounds. They didn't select me for this. This is my movie. But the person they chose was tremendously gifted. Just look at the Rashomon box. I forget who did those, but those paintings are fantastic. They're better than what I could do. So in the end, okay, I'm not mad, because the person they chose are so perfect for the job. But recently, that's been on decline. Rather, that's new people coming in. And in the end of the day, it's really hard with labels, because you never know who's on your side and who's not. I had people reach out privately to me saying, hey, we're huge fans. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't like you. So you never know who that is. And it's silly to worry about that because you can't control that. But I feel with Criterion especially, the movies get so much attention that it's always the most tricky battlefield, because I've been hugely against certain covers, especially recently, but just not because inside politics or who chose them or who designed them. They're all fantastically talented. It's more, in my case, a sense of the tremendous responsibility of then choosing things in my own weird samurai code that are, for example, not digital, that are not, you should shine the light on the truly gifted out there. And I can name you 50. It doesn't have to be me. I can name you 50 guys that can easily do it, but don't get the opportunity to order the light. But I feel so it gets tricky, and negotiating these things are just as miraculous as getting a job all of a sudden. You know, for a while you would think I'm the person in the world that should do all the Japanese covers. It should just be me. I know the most, I have the skills, I know this thing. But I get all the lesbian road movies, like where they die or something. And you're like, what? Who selected? All of a sudden I had this following of like German lesbian filmmakers that love my work because they could maybe see some artistic things they would love to see in their posters. And the end of the day, who am I to complain? That's amazing. They saw something in my work I didn't see. And on the other side, I would get people to say, oh, could you do like the movie for the poster you did for Black Rain? Could you do this for our movie? And I'm like, yeah, but yours is a Scandinavian, romantic comedy. You don't have the images for Black Rain. I cannot do this for you. So oftentimes it's very mysterious what they see in you, and it's out of your control. And it's almost the beauty of the work, kind of what I wanted to achieve, that the work is smarter than me. I don't know what people see in it. I don't want to dictate what people can see in it. And I only thought fine art paintings had that power, but apparently even movie posters, specific genre movie posters, have that power to carry on a message that you're not able to decode anymore. Whoever that arrives at all of a sudden think you're right for this job. So it's strange. And I think a lot of labels wouldn't use me if it wasn't a specific person behind me. For example, Barry Jenkins for Criterion Collection, he's a person that I had a relationship with for many of his movies, and it's just a very decent, down to earth. How I want to say, what's the word in English? He's faithful to somebody that he has collaborated with. So he kept me. I know Criterion would never pick me, but because Barry Jenkins said, please use Tony again, because I've been working at this great experience with him, they begrudgingly said, okay, yeah, let's do that, because he's made this body of work. So it's often like you need people to back you also sometimes, to fight through the discourse of having people having 8,000 other opinions. You just need to hold strong and foster that. And it's been rare. And he could have easily said, but he's not a Black artist. I'm sure they would have loved to have a Black artist deal with a Black topic. Rightly so or unrightly so, but we have a working relationship already, and to all respect to him that he held on to me for all these different projects yet. And I've made a different piece of work every time. I didn't feel even beholden to him that I'm like, oh, now he expects a style of me. I could just do something completely different that was right for the movie, and he was able to see it. And so non-verbally, we communicated over long periods of time through his films that I feel a connection to, that I don't even have to be literal about. Like for the Underground Railroad, I took a piece of, they had hundreds of agencies or whatever posters, and even a friend of mine did amazing posters that are all valuable, but then they were stuck at a certain point, and I was just able to come in at the last second, and I just took a piece of wood, painted on a piece of wood, then chopped into the piece of wood. I made a physical object, completely wrong for Amazon, completely wrong. I wasn't even illustrating the movie because I hadn't seen the movie. But it connected to him because I know the feeling he tried to transport without having seen the movie. And that's the thing that connected us. So very rarely you're able to do these leaps and bounds because the right people are behind you. Same with James Mangold and Indiana Jones. He just trusted me. The problem was it was too big. It was out of his control. The thing got away from him. So no matter how much he trusted me, people did things without his knowledge and without my knowledge. And then in the end of the day, we're both, I think, still friendly and connected, but we're outside forces jump in. So these are the sort of big points, but it also happens on smaller labels. Like Jasper Sharp, for example, is a great person who's been very faithful to me, and I to him, is in that I there's a relationship. Whatever label he jumps to, if he does a certain movie, he knows what's right. And sometimes it doesn't work out because of other job things. But yeah, it's been almost the most gratifying thing about the whole process, to then open it up out of the bubble and see relationships that carry on through people, not just through labels.
Because I think, and I get enough feedback from the people who are picking up these releases to know that it's not across every label, but there's a couple of artists, a couple of different boutique labels that people will, and I do it myself with Japanese cinema because of you, who will take the plunge to buy something that they maybe otherwise wouldn't. Purely, we're judging the book by the cover. We're almost back to where we started. We're literally, because of the choice of artist who's done the cover, it will give whoever's thinking about buying that title the confidence to pick it up. And so I 100% do it with you.
I hope
cinema.
I hope I don't trick you too many times, like
you haven't at all,
man. The barbarian artists in the 80s, when we picked up these barbarian, we're like, oh, this looks like Conan, and then you end up with some horrendous Italian.
No, not at all.
Schlock.
And I think I see the same thing happening with Hong Kong cinema with Kung Fu Bob, because I think he's a very, very different style of artist, but he is somebody who's
a super nice guy,
a wonderful guy, and also a great advocate for cinema history of that era of sort of Hong Kong cinema. And I think an awful lot of people who will be picking up the 88 Films releases will do so because of they've got his cover.
And he's
art,
another
right?
guy where you always feel like, oh, you couldn't pay him enough to do this. This is what he wants to do. He would have done this before. He would have done this after. He's done the inside, the outside, the dub. There's another piece, because that's what he wants to spend his time with, and it comes through. So and that's more valuable often to the fans of us than any other critical gloss that we can give over this thing. No, it's like passion that connects to us because we feel passionate about this, And so if you're able to and kudos to them that there's now a body of work, like from somebody who's as passionate as this, like a fan like me, like first of all fans. So
I think it should be the most important thing, and it kind of breaks my heart when credit isn't given. And I think the most recent example of this, and again, tell me if you want me to like any of this, if you don't want me to say, but I picked up the BFI release of Get Carter, right? And there's a poster in there, and I'm like, I pretty sure this is Tony's work. And so I look to the back of the box, and I look on the website, and I look everywhere and can't find the credit anywhere. That is yours, right? You did
I don't
the poster
think so.
for Inside.
I did the record cover recently, and but the rest is just private work. I don't know if they took it, they just stole it, or it's some digital gloss over. But the BFI are in my.
Let me pull this out. How often will I get a chance to check with you directly?
So, I love this. We should do this. We should check. Oh, I wish. No, that's the master. That's Arnaldo Puzo. Okay. He's my hero. He's my hero. That original. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm very honored that you would compare me to. This is one of my absolute heroes. Arnaldo Puzo, along with Renato Fartini, were Italian immigrants that moved to England in the 60s and 50s, and they came from the oversaturated Italian market where people were cranking out so many fantastic artists, but in Britain less so. A couple of Brian Massoud and masters, but there was this called the Great Portland Street Revolution, and it was in Great Portland Street in London, obviously. It was a tiny agency, and these Italian artists totally transformed British movie posters. They came in with a different sensibility of this. He did all the look-in covers, which I'm surely you know from your childhood. The Look-In magazine covers, he did all those paintings. So so the Arnaldo Puzo Get Carter, I think it's one of the most expensive posters of all time. Like that original painting, like even the poster is like 10,000, 6,000 poster. The original, yeah, I only have the German version, but the which is horrible. It's called Jack rechnet ab. Talk about a German shitty title. Get Carter is not as nice. No, I'm glad the BFI. That's one of those movies where you're like, I check sometimes. They're like, "Oh, do a new Get Carter." I'm honored, but honestly, I wouldn't want to release with my work. I want the another Putsu work. I want the. That's one of the. It's in my top 10 favorite posters of all time. I think it's in 100% in there. Yeah, it's interesting. There was a time when obviously the money wasn't as big for Get Carter, but again, they trusted artists. It was all over the subway. It was all over London. And they just trusted an artist with his interpretation. If you look at Michael Caine, the brush strokes on his face, I mean, it's completely Michael Caine, but look how free it's painted. It's amazing. This is a major movie campaign that they put money into. And it's kind of a magazine illustration. It's amazing. Yeah, but thank you. That was a welcoming confusion. Thank you so much. I'm very honored.
It's a testament to kind of to partly to my ignorance of kind of the artists of that era, because there was no way of finding out who did what back then unless you were kind of really diving deep.
Yeah, and his comrade, for example, so Renato Frattini, which are the two, they get confused a bit, but Renato Frattini did the famous, the best Bond poster of them all, From Russia with Love, the quad, the UK quad. With the sort of Hagia Sophia and the dancers. It's the best Bond portrait of them all. It's the best Bond poster of them all.
I never know why they've never done, I don't know if maybe back to the VHS days, but anytime that they've released the films out for us to actually buy, it's never...
It's insane. There's no good Bond edition out there. It's not. And they have up to the McGuinness era, up to the Roger Moore, obviously, but even Timothy Dalton, I think, had the last great poster art. It was the Brian Bisuth for Living Daylights, and Bob Peake made a couple of sketches for Living Daylights. That was the last great Bond art. But yeah, there should be, I think even, but I had a Bond. This is sort of a little how things work in life. I hate Daniel Craig. I despise him. Always have. Viscerally.
As Bond or just
before,
in general?
Just when he was announced as Bond, obviously I was aware of him, but I was like, this is a disaster. I hate this guy. Like, I don't like him. I just don't I feel everything wrong with him. When the movies came out, everybody was fawning over. So I laughed at the cinema when he came out of the ocean, sort of as a male Ursula Andress, like with the stupid bikini show. I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, in the cinema, people were shushing me. I was like laughing how dumb this is. So this has been a personal enemy of mine forever. And I mean, I don't even like anybody but Sean Connery, but Timothy Dalton, Roger, of course, I get whatever. It's part of childhood. It's a deeper discussion. But so just to talk about why there's not a good edition. So maybe a year ago, whatever, before the pandemic, I get a call from Japan. They're going to release Bond 60th anniversary, all back in the cinema, and they want me to do the artwork, all the Bonds.
Wow, okay.
This is the job I've been waiting for my entire life. I cannot believe, better than even in the UK or America, Japan. I can play with those types. I can do everyone. I can show. And the first way they want me to start is a release poster with all the Bonds on it. The Japanese type, which they designed, or Ray gave it to me, like only Japanese, 10 times better than what I could have done. And gorgeous, all the typefaces coming together of each individual Japanese type with the English title below. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Alone that would have been a poster, which they ended up doing because I get into the story. And then the pandemic hits. It's sort of delayed, but we're still working on it. No, it wasn't the pandemic. Hold on. It seems like a pandemic. No, you know what it was? It was the writer's strike or some Hollywood strike recently. So it was delayed. They were still going to release. Yeah, it wasn't the pandemic because it was going to come out in the movie theater. It seems so long ago. And then the writers, the Hollywood actors strike, whatever it was, that happened. And so I was done with the artwork. Everybody approved. Connery estate, Roger Moore's estate, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, even what a gentleman, even wrote a note like how beautiful he thought it was. Like what a fantastic. It was never my favorite Bond, but now I love Pierce Brosnan. So and the Japanese were, of course, very rigorous and very careful about how they are received in the world. So I felt that Pierce Brosnan note was a special signal for them to even say, oh, we're doing the right thing, which was hugely valuable in my standing in that company and the way they were communicating with Eon and all this different thing. The only guy, and this is why, you shouldn't put hate out in the world, because I felt it was my own karma. I put all this Daniel Craig hate in the world. The only guy who hadn't signed on before the strike happened was Daniel Craig. His people had not signed off on the likeness. So we needed to wait for him to give his okay. And I already made him tiny in the background. So their first note was make him bigger, make him as big as Connery. And I was like, nope, I'm not doing that. And they're like, okay. So we ended up with a compromise of them all making them all the same size, which the composition was already not as nice because you need drama. So Connery was center, Roger second. I did my personal rankings basically by the size. So Lazenby and Craig were like, they're like in the background, tiny. But so again, that was the first note. Again, I can understand they all want to be valued. So I did them all the same size. Already the poster wasn't as nice, but it still would have been a huge honor to have this come through. So before the writer's strike, his people didn't have time or the willingness to do it. And he wouldn't, obviously they're not looking at any papers during the strike. So it never got approved. So there came a time when they couldn't wait anymore for them to approve. So Japan just released the blank poster with just 007 with the typeface one. Yeah. And my dream never came true. And now I have even more reason to hate Daniel Craig. I was like, if he only would have signed off, this poster was beautiful. And I'm barred from ever showing it. I had to sign all these release notes. So I can never even show the work I did for it. So it's one of those posters that are in the indie vaults, the Ark of the Covenant vaults, which I have many posters that are held by some weird libel legal notes that I can never show.
Oh, dude, that sucks. Because would it have maybe spun out into you getting a chance to do an individual?
So again, the second phase of this was that the films were going to be re-released in Japan. So I could have done each cover. Not only just the dream of a lifetime. I mean, I canceled other work because I held myself free for this. I gave work away. I was like, would you want to work on this? I'm like, no. The next year's Bond. It's all Bond. And I mean, I don't need to rewatch them because I know them by heart, but I was even giving credit to all the underappreciated Brosnan. I was like, that catapult is just a new vigor, because there's something for you to do privately for your own pleasure. And sometimes they're more free and better than you could ever know. But when there's something, when you don't want to disappoint people and there's a fire behind it with a deadline, that helps. It really does. You make
well, I mean, we can put this energy out into the universe, because I hope, like, periodically, anytime that there is any sort of renewed interest in the franchise, and I suspect when they eventually announce whoever is going to take up the mantle next, before it's going to be brutal. Yeah, but the silver lining might be that they go back and give us nice editions again.
Unfortunately, movies. I think the rights are so muddled, and even though it's less muddled with, I think, Miss Broccoli or whoever, they just don't value the past as much. I hope other people, but I wouldn't even want to do it, because I want to see McGuinness, I want to see Frattini, I want to see, Bob Peake, I want to see the originals, at least to the point where we have it, and maybe when we don't have paintings, but that would mean I have to do Craig. So that's always my problem. I never want to. Mr. Potato Head, I don't want to paint him. He's not Bond, so I don't want to.
The last thing that they did that I thought was relatively creative in relation to the franchise was, and I'm not a big fan of steelbooks, but they did do a version of, I think, most of the movies where they basically just pulled from Maurice Bender's title sequences, and so that the most of, instead of using like the poster, and that was okay. Some of them worked better than others depending on which movie it was, and I think there was still a little bit of kind of Photoshop fuckery going around to move around.
I did all the Fleming books because I almost think like now Fleming's under attack. I almost feel like Fleming is a better battleground for me now, because I could do the books and I could do them all with Connery. Like the Italian edition all has Connery. At a time when it was already inhabited by Roger Moore. But one of my heroes, Pinter, he did all the Mondadori edition of all the Bond novels, but all with Connery. And I was like, this is the king. Not only is he one of the best illustrators of all time, he knows who the real Bond is. And they're so loose and awesome and beautiful. I wish, like, I almost wish then rather than the movies, I could do the books. Like, because there's all these Folio Society editions. They're beautiful, but the artwork is completely wrong. It's not Bond. It's like he's wearing these tiny suits. It's just somebody who has not understood Bond. They're a great illustrator, but they don't know Bond. So you can always tell there's a trade-off. You can do slick illustration, but if you don't know the material, you're not right for the. So all the Folio editions, they're beautiful, but I couldn't pick them up. So yeah, I wish that's one of those jobs. But there are many out there. Like I said, Bruce Lee is one of those dreams come true. And there was like recently, there's a couple of Japanese things coming that are dreams come true. The Matsuda box, like the game trilogy, was something I pushed by myself for years, and nobody would listen. I was like, "This, you gotta listen. This is a superstar. He's a Japanese Bruce Lee. He's the icon of the '70s, and you're still doing Mifune. It's great. Great, but we know all the movies. Like, look what's out there, and and I would hope that would lead to his other movies being released. No, that's a full-on dead stop again. I'm like,
Well, I think we're getting another one, but it's coming from Radiance. I think Radiance are doing
Radiance.
Yokohama.
Stealing all my shit. Yeah.
They're doing Yokohama BJ
Aichi
Blues.
Kudo, and Aichi Kudo has Castle of Owls. Again, see, you have to connect these movies, that he does BG Yokohama Blues and then he does this. So amazing Japanese. There's good things coming. So I'm glad they're coming at all, but I wish I would be involved with some of these personal ones. I can never. Some cut too close, because if you're the only one holding the flag and then somebody else does it, that does hurt always.
At some point, I'm meant to be having a sit down. I've been trying to lock it down for ages, but I've been meant to have like a sit down conversation like this with Fran from Radiance, and I will fly. I will fly the flag.
No, don't. I feel like they're doing great. I feel I come off bitter and sad and a loser.
No, you don't, because honestly, it's one of the things that I would like to see. Like, as much as like I think
in their sense, and in the beginning, I think in the beginning there was a chance, but I feel now they've developed such. And I know the designer. I follow him. He's a great guy, another super talented.
Is it like Time Tomorrow? Or
yes, exactly. So I feel now they developed a house style, and again, like what I said before, they're faithful to him, which I think is the most valuable thing. So I don't want to jump in there, and my style is too erratic and too flimsy. I want different styles all the time, and for them, I think it's more valuable to carry this through. Like now, it's beautiful. They're building a collection, and I feel like I'm more. Even if they would ask me to do another one, I would never hold the same style because I wouldn't be interested. So now I think their value comes from building a really strong, recognizable brand that's like just gorgeous. They're just like, and we often do the same movies. I just did the Die Gothic Horror that they released. I did like 2 months earlier for a Canadian label. And so now you have the comparison. You can say, wow, theirs is just stark and beautiful. And mine is like oil paint squished everywhere. So you can have the different, often like, and that's another thing that comes out. When you see the things released, you always know 2 or 3 labels are picking it up. And you see like, oh, Mizumi is released. And I'm like, which are they releasing? I'm looking, obviously, only the ones we want. So I'm grumbling. But I also know, I didn't get that job. Somebody would, because they're so about in the zeitgeist, or because the releases are then passed through multi-licenses, that sooner or later, maybe I get a chance to do one of them. But
yeah, I was stoked that you got to do, because you've done a couple of Kinji Fukusaku's, which I'm always, it's always a good thing getting more of his movies, particularly the earlier ones. And you got to do The Threat for Arrow, which was gorgeous, and they put in a poster too, which I thought was nice.
Yeah, I never get when the poster comes. I'm always like, include a poster, and then sometimes that never comes, and then I open the thing, and all of a sudden there's like, oh, there's a poster in there. Like I wish like other things would have gotten posters, but I'm always grateful if there's a poster. I think that's such it's a good idea. I think every label, we all want a poster in there somehow. Yeah. It's like instead of all the lobby cards and extra accoutrements they throw out, a poster.
And the one that made me even happier was Vinegar Syndrome doing Wolves, Pigs, and Men, because they bundled it up with.
Unfortunately, they only used half of the artwork, and that was another thing where I didn't. Vinegar Syndrome is awesome. Justin is awesome. they're one of the few labels that teach me about film still, because they shine the light on such stuff that's on nobody's radar, nobody even wants, and that's stuff that's good for us. For example, I did a couple of like Mexican western, Spanish westerns, or something. Man, those movies, like I would never pick to watch them, and because of a job I would have to watch them, and I watch them and I'm blown away. There's like westerns with like a solstice and like summer Inca influence with whips, and you're like, what? I'm usually not into the splatter horror stuff, and so I stay away from most of them. But with Vinegar Syndrome, is like, I trust them now that they never gave me a note ever. So it's one of the few labels that I'm just like, they throw things at me and I say no or yes, but there's a huge trust built with them. And I love to mix them in because they have stuff that's really off the radar, really valuable nutrition, right? That's even beyond my very strict tastes. And even if it's like half an hour in a movie, that's so valuable, the rest is whatever. But they have a great eye and in the wildness of things. And it's always fun to do stuff with them. And yeah, in the case of that, I don't read the email correctly, and I just do slip covers, and they're like, no, we're pushing this together. And then another label that would be a huge problem and disappointment with Vinegar Syndrome, because they're so faithful to me, again, like with other people, I think that's the most valuable thing, is that you develop a report and I have to throw it away. Like, nobody will ever see it. I can post it, but it's a shame because I took obviously time and effort to include the characters and build a story out of them, and it's never going to be used.
I've got a small theory, and it's based on not much other than I lived in California for a few years. But part of why I think Vinegar Syndrome are the way they are is because they're not on either coast. They're not in Los Angeles and they're not in New York. They're like kind of much more middle America, which is generally...
and true. And they held on to their kind of weird ethos that they had. They also know who they are. Like, they are really committed into stuff. I can't follow them everywhere. I mean, it's not for me, but the mix is fantastic, because you get a Walter Hill, you get like Southern Comfort thrown in all of a sudden, and they're like, oh, you have to do something. That's one of my love movies as a child, picking it up on TV, you know, and like all of a sudden you get to do this. And so, and that's the opposite of building the label style, right? The control. This is erratic and everything and shit and great, but the same value, like it would be in a grindhouse cinema. The same value is put on. You catch a real Bruce Lee, and you're like blown away, and then you catch a Bruce Lies, and you're like, what is this stuff? Like, it's horrible, but like one sequence is amazing, or you know, it's like it's yeah. So like you said, the amazing thing is that we get labels with the more they can develop their character. It's really healthy to have a Criterion Collection of Vinegar Syndrome on the other end, and then like Eureka thrown in, and then you know, Arrow, and some are so big that you don't know if there's a style. Some are so small that there is a super style, like Radiant. I love it. It's great.
One-man show, really.
I just hope they can keep it going. Like, that's.
I think you know the story of how Radiance kind of came into being.
No, I have no idea. They just all of a sudden popped on, and the only reason I saw them is because somebody's like, "Oh, they're releasing the things you've." I'm like, "Are you following my thread?" Because it's everything I post. But they just have an amazing way of, like, for years I was like, I should open a label, because just as a curator, because but then I'm not a business person, so I never had the other person on the side that took over the negotiations. But I've been thinking for years, my stamp of approval. There's so many that I'm sure is not on anybody's radar, because it comes from my history and having lived in Japan and stuff. But yeah, no, sorry, I have no idea of the origins of it.
It's essentially still at the moment largely a one-man show, right? And that the one man in question is Francisco Simeone, who was kind of lead executive producer at Arrow for, I think, probably 13, 14 years. So
maybe that's why my Arrow jobs have dried up.
There's a very good chance. I think that your paths may have kind of indirectly crossed before, because he was kind of responsible. He was the one, I think, back when they were first starting to kind of put out the very first wave of their DVDs. He was the one that
Right.
was like, maybe we should put out Battle Royale, and I think it was a kind of
there was
built his
an
way up to
early
the
like
country.
Guns and Massacre. There was an early like noir, amazing arrow Japanese wave for sure. And that
I
sort of
think largely
slowed
all,
down a lot since
yeah.
that makes sense now, because all of a sudden there was not as many Japanese things coming through Arrow. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, see, I am so in my bubble that I only deal with what's in front of me because I work on so many things simultaneously that I have to watch out that I don't send the wrong files to the wrong people. Yeah, interesting. I hope you get him on the talk. That would be fascinating.
I'm hoping something, because he's largely still doing stuff mostly himself. He's incredibly busy. I mean, literally, I think there was a point when if you were like emailing to try and chase up your order, it was Fran.
That was him.
Writing
Yeah,
back.
fantastic.
So
Well,
it was literally
that's
kind of like one man thing.
super nice.
And I think he left Arrow, from what I understand, under good terms, right? But when he left with about a list of about 800 titles.
Oh yeah,
that he had basically already kind of arranged distribution rights for. So I think they'll hopefully kind of keep on going. They're doing pretty well.
They're doing all my dreams. Like, I mean, not all so far, but I know sooner or later that they're coming through. Like, yeah, I'm almost. The great thing is I've done most of the posts. Like, I have this huge archive where I could just, like, if something comes up, I could just post it, and that's a huge value because. But on other parts, I'm also reluctant now to do like podcasts like I did before because I don't want to blurt it out too much. There's some things I still have, like, I need to release this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I also had now this is a pandemic story. I already had an exhibition signed on in Tokyo with my posters, because I always wanted to make it very low key. I just wanted to travel with a roll of posters, bring like 2 or 3 originals, but just works on paper. That would already be a beautiful show because posters are easy to travel. And the way Tokyo especially functions, you DJ, I would have DJ'd some of my music that I love, Japanese funk soundtracks, obviously. And then hung the posters and 2, 3 originals. And I have some Japanese friends, curators, very knowledgeable film people who would have arranged a nice little talk. Would have been amazing. All set up, and then the pandemic hit, unfortunately. And ever since then, I'm just running around trying to make up the pay gaps and child and stuff. And the world's become a very different place. But eventually, yeah, I want a giant retrospective in Japan. That's my ultimate dream. A catalog raisonné with the 200 or 300 posters I done, only the Japanese poster, and just like a big catalog. That would be my dream. That's something I really want to see through eventually. At the moment, I'm just running about. I don't have enough time to focus on the publishing, and I really want this to be extensive. I don't want like just I want the sketches. I want all this passion to shine through. The photos I've taken of myself in Japan, not all feed into this, but I want to build a sort of through line of the fandom of it, but the seriousness of it, and because it does bleed over into serious fine art as well as illustration. I see this as a one world. I don't see this division anymore. Luckily, now this is how we started the conversation. Through the 20 years of looking back, all of a sudden you find works that are so old, and you find something in them again, but you're feeding from your own cosmos rather than just looking at the heavens, and now it's becoming more and more interesting. So I hope that's something I can realize in the future that goes into more exhibiting the stuff. Because in the end of the day, the great thing I can't take from you in the digital stuff, it's originals. They're all here. So I have them. So that's something hopefully in the future people can see through the haptic quality of it, that there is a huge museum here of just like the love of Japanese movies in particular, but Hong Kong and everything really.
And Japan seems to be particularly good at it. That's one place that's on our bucket list to get to.
Well, Japanese, because in Japan, the crafts are valued compared to everywhere else in the world. Again, they're under the same attack as the Western world, but it's slower because the resistance is stronger in a patriarchal society, in a traditional society that values the past as well as embracing the future. They've been slower. But every time my heart weeps when I see one of these new insurgents coming into Japan, trying to spread their bullshit contemporary visions. Japan is my biggest love, and it not only in the cinema but just like living there. You guys have to go.
We'll get there. I think Taiwan's up next. We're going to do Taiwan
Yeah.
this new year, while we still can, because I don't know how long that might be the case for. But that's something else that'll get me demonetized talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I think we're keen to go there. And Thailand we've done many times, and mainland China I've done a whole bunch of times. But Japan,
Yeah.
very high on the list. But they do seem to be incredibly good about curating not just their own culture, but other countries too.
Yeah, because Japan is so small again, and they're so misunderstood that they close the doors. It's fantastic. Like they don't have the outworld look, which is a huge critique, right, in contemporary. But it's fantastic. You preserve, and I've never seen a place where they were so in tune with what's modern stuff we never see in 20 years in Europe, but also completely in touch with, without being at a costume festival, being in touch with traditions and, you know, evening wear to office wear. It's I found it in strange, and of course it's the outsiders naive view of things, but I found it incredibly like a weird homecoming. Like I didn't feel outside of it, and they're not warm towards foreigners. It's not like, it's just courteous and you left alone. But for a painter or an artist, that was all I wanted, right? Like that was the freedom of the freedom of being able to explore everywhere you wanted to without like hostility. It's all, and I feel like always I'm the, I don't want to spoil it by exploring, because I didn't live in Tokyo or something. I lived in the rural areas in Kyushu, and so there
You were there
it's even more pure.
You were there for a
For
few years.
on and off, yeah, on and off, because I always got like weird stipends to work, and I didn't do this. I didn't want to do exactly what most people do, the foreigner teacher
Teach
route.
English. Yeah.
No, I wanted to only focus on my work, but again, I ended up not doing it. I ended up going to the movies all the time. It's like you start with all this passionate work, but it paid off due later, because you bring back all the posters and the experiences and drawings, obviously, but not many works. But it has influenced years later stuff that the germs of it would be through actually traveling there. But by then I was always like super otaku. People didn't appreciate my love. Can you imagine? Like I came there with all this knowledge and people were like, oh, you're a nerd. Like otaku is like super negative. It's like train watchers or something, like train spotters or something. They're like,
can you speak Japanese?
No, yeah, I mean, like, it's cold, I'm hungry, like caveman. But they are so appreciative because most foreigners, American backpackers don't make the effort. So by being German, that's a huge asset, which was welcome and unwelcome, because you have to make the distinction that we're not war allies still. But it did make a difference that you had. But what didn't make a difference was like this knowledge of Japan, which is also freeing, because you feel like in the beginning you need to communicate. Oh, I know this, I know all this. Nobody cares. Like they honestly don't care. The only thing is you make the effort like to appreciate, and once that's the ground rule, that's it. Very simple. They give you too many rules before you travel. It's silly. I think if you're a respectful, courteous person, you know all this, what to do right away. It's not so complicated. But actually, then again, living there is a difference between tourism and actually living and working there. It's a huge difference. And I was a DJ at a little bar, and so you get much more different interactions than if you just see the highlights, right? Like if you're able to do that. Yeah, and that's something, a place where I always see my heart always longs for it. I would always think like, now Berlin, I would always like, I need to be, I'd love to. Now there's all these free houses everywhere and abandoned school buildings, the aging population. And my dream is always like, I just get an old schoolhouse somewhere in the countryside and make a studio one day. Yeah, but I also miss that generation, visiting many of my heroes. That's something I was always neglecting, because I didn't want to bother, sort of the Connery thing. I didn't want to bother him, but I did miss out a couple of people that were still alive, like Noriyoshi Orai, obviously one of my absolute mega master heroes, super influential on my work, even before I knew what his work was or picked him out. And he was alive. I could have gone to a studio. Stop. I was like, he was there at the same time I was there, in a very small, low key studio, also in Kyushu, also where I was, just train stops away. And I was aware of it, but I felt like, I have time. And like, no, you need to do these things right away. Otherwise it never comes. Yeah, but sort of
But
these.
you did get to do the Tetsuya Nakadai kind of
Oh yeah,
retrospective.
that's probably the highlight. I will never top that. I mean, that's again happened through amazing Japanese friends who knew how much I loved them. That then they facilitate, again, very Japanese. I never found out that this was my friend setting this up. They never said it. And when after posting, oh, that's amazing, I just found like, of course they picked me. You know, I was like all prideful. And then they're like, no, it was all set up by this and this person. I was like, oh my God, I've never thanked anybody. I was just thinking like my words stuck out so much to them. No, the Nakadai is that was like that will never be topped. The fact that he looked at them and looked through the options. I made like 8,000 versions, and like obviously working on fire. And the fact that I got his notes and his input on it will never be. I think this is as far as I will come. I'm like one step removed from Kurosawa and Yojimbo, and like it's insane. And the fact that they were on trains. The poster got put on trains in Japan, and it got put on billboards, and the fact that people in the audience had it, and it was dedicated to his wife who wrote the play. Also fantastic, Inn of Evil, great Kobayashi movie with him starring in it. Yeah, that will never be completely. Unfortunately, I never got the poster and the flyers because they were held hostage by the German tax authorities at the border, because the Japanese had not filled out the correct amount, and they were so kind to give me more posters and included more than it said on the German form. So you got, instead of 3 posters, it had 5 posters. So it needed to be. I was like, okay, I don't matter. I pay for more posters. And they're like, no, you need to send it back to this tiny communal theater in Japan who doesn't understand English at all. And they got sent back. And for Japan, it's a huge, the gift got rejected. And I'm like trying to explain to them, I need a new form. And I never got
That's heartbreaking.
Horrible. So yeah, and you should have seen those giant border German guards, and I was like, please just give me one out of the pack. I'll pay and I take one poster and you can send the others back. No wiggle room for humanity, I swear.
That's insane. Like,
yeah, it's sad. And they made flyers and beautiful. They made even little little beautiful things they included just to be nice, but it wasn't stated on the form correctly. Meanwhile, there's like drug dealers next to me that I can tell are smuggling like half a washing machine filled with no questions asked, like shady as hell. I'm like, these are theater posters I designed. Look, here's my account. Obviously a criminal. Look at me.
Oh, dude, that's horrible. Hopefully at some point you'll get.
Yeah, so I think I also want to give courage to young people who want to pursue this, that what seems always like chasing highlights on the outside is often followed by super disappointment of like, you get to do Indiana Jones, but it's also the worst ever. So you're living this with the rest of your life. So it's just, you can only attempt things. But often like, like Godzilla -1 is another example where it's like I did it the night of the trailer. I did a poster because, again, of Orai. I was like, I can't believe they're releasing a shitty photo poster. This is ridiculous. So I painted it that night. I had no image of Godzilla besides how the looked. So I painted it, put it online. It gestated, people saw it, got to be a mondo release with Toho signed off on it. So these things can still happen once the passion is just pure passion. There's nothing behind it. There's no idea of like, that was just showing like the master needs to be honored because there's the great tradition of Godzilla posters that are better than the movies. And I cannot believe Japan, who is so much into tradition and honor, that they would now not honor this. So it's in my place to honor this. That's the only thinking, and somehow it got to be a release. So that's where
I was. That's one that's my equivalent of your Nakadai. I desperately tried to get that Mondo poster, but
you can have. I have one for you. I have one for you.
That would be incredible because that fast became my favorite.
No. I have a couple of. They always give you some artist proofs, which I then sign, and I do it a little bit to support my father, who is a little bit like a rudderless captain as well after COVID and theater, and he's getting to that age where it's so hard to make a production and stuff. So he runs a little bit the print shop, which always goes to their like tiny little, keep them going somehow. But he's so sweet and wanting. I can't deal with prints and shipping, but fortunately, I do hold some back from some of the releases where it's just like I can't deal with this now. But also, it's nice that there's something later for the fans. Obviously, you don't have the distribution, and shipping is such a pain. Like, talk about the tax people at the border. That's what you have to deal with constantly. So, and at the end of the day, it's just a work of passion. Well, but I definitely can get you. I have a couple in the black and white and the.
That would be incredible, honestly, because that's kind of fast became, I think, if not my second favorite Godzilla movie after the first one,
I haven't
quite
even seen
possibly
it
my
yet.
favorite. Oh man,
I haven't seen it. And that's how much little time I have. People always think like, oh yeah, you know, watch all these. Most of these things, even if it's old stuff, I know it already. I don't need to rewatch it. And for the new stuff, it takes up a lot of time to then get into the movie. That's why sometimes I'm going like, oh, if it's too new, I can't do it because the amount of work it takes me to feel for something. The old stuff I can just do. And for Godzilla was one of those things I just gleaned it from the trailer. I just had no idea. And yeah, I have to catch it. I haven't seen the new Miyazaki movie. I haven't seen
that. I haven't seen either, but I think I know enough from in a roundabout way from your taste to know that I think you'll be absolutely floored by it, because it's even going back and watching, because they brought out the minus color version, and that feels like a completely natural precursor to the original movie.
And it's, I think it has enough, the ingredients I could see right away compared. Like, I missed all of that. Shin Godzilla, I missed all that. But I sort of, again, in the back of my mind, it was this very positive, like Godzilla always has. Every couple of years, it gets reinvigorated by something. And it's, no matter how shitty the versions in between are, this is why it's so unique, that series, because, again, the low budget aspect of it, the craft invigorates it rather than the big, and the opposite, we get these American bloated bullshit mutations. And then it enables Japan to then exactly react in a quick and easy way to their heritage, because they know it. There's no fuss. They can cut out right away what they don't need. And so when -1, I knew right away, because why did this awaken me all of a sudden when Shin Godzilla had already come out, was just because I thought, oh, the color scheme, what I saw from the trailer, is something I see in Ori, and I see that relates to me. It would never be, it doesn't have the Gatorade like we see in the newest American version, where they're just like these Mountain Dew monsters or something. You know, it's like, what is right away I cannot connect to it, no matter if it's the best movie of all time. It's just something that pushes me off the surface, pushes me away, like a bad cover, like a bad digital glossy effect. I cannot then give my time to you. And with -1, it was right away, like, even though it's very digital, the color scheme and the sepia and everything looked to me, oh, there's something that's even, I can see right away how that works to a period piece. And a period piece immediately is interesting for me for a painted poster rather than a photographic one. And then when they made these giant glowing Photoshop posters, I was like, graphically beautiful, obviously, but like not what the movie is. The movie is post-war, and like
completely,
we could speak that language of the burnt umbers and the beautiful.
You could literally take Godzilla out of that movie, and it would fit perfectly alongside some Taiketo movies from that era, where it has that kind of post World War II kind of, because there were so many Japanese movies that kind of explored that era.
Well, yeah, it's when you're at like in Germany too. I grew up with that. You know, it's a healthy position to be in, to be the losers of the war, because you don't. In Japan, it's a little bit different, but the national, we all grew up without national pride, which is very healthy. It's super healthy, and now it's all come back in this most horrific ways. But it enabled us much more to see this, to explore this from an interesting point. In Japan, that's why even during the boom years, that's why those industrial spy movies, those corrupted official movies are so interesting. They have such drama. They're so Shakespearean, and they're so. There's no culture that examined themselves more closely than the Japanese film culture of the time. Whereas the nomenclature, the thing that's out there is always, oh, the Japanese, it's so rigid and so systematic, and there's no room for critique. It's absolute bullshit. Like, the best filmmakers, the best artists were putting the flame right under everybody's face in corporations, within budgets, you know. And so there's no escape and no excuse why these movies can't be made anymore. Like, The Die Black series should be made right now about this politically season, this shit that goes on everywhere. These movies, these filmmakers would have tackled something like COVID. They would have done it. And with little means, with just a fantastic cast and great lighting, and immediately you trust, and tiny spurts of innovation that immediately sucks you in. I was always think, if I was a filmmaker, you just inverting the image is so interesting. It says so much. This costs nothing. But the filmmakers lost that language. They cannot do it. Everything has to be and expanded in 50 hours. And I love a long movie, but these new ones have no right to be this long. It's like, it's torture. It's like, it's already uninteresting in the first 5 seconds. And don't you often worry, like the introduction of Lawrence in Lawrence of Arabia, David Lean's opening, like in the first 3 seconds, you know who he is. Completely expanded. No dialogue is spoken. And this is true to every character that Jack Hawkins enters the room, and you know exactly his world that he inhabits. And this is modern movies can't do it. They can't spell it out. Even if they spell it out for you, it loses everything, right? And so, that's something I feel with very little means you could get back to that.
Completely.
Even without a visual spectacle, just drama.
I think they just lost their way of telling original stories. And I think it's crazy to me that they can. Disney have got a sort of subsection of Disney Plus. I don't subscribe to Disney Plus.
Sounds right. Sub.
But they're basically just picking up content or paying for content to be produced in Korea specifically.
Right.
So that there's stuff that's been kind of made for streaming in South Korea, which works its way over into America. And there's been a couple of relatively short form series, so maybe 8-10 episodes at most, but usually picking up on things that had been really successful webcomics in Korea. And they've been light years ahead of anything that Disney US is putting out. And it's like, you're funding this in other countries, and presumably there's other creatives who are bringing it through, but it's not filtering into their own stuff back domestically, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's what the discussion after -1 was right away, like, put him on stop. And I'm like, I hope he stays in Japan. I just hope he doesn't go to the US, because this shit, it doesn't work there. And I think all our frustrations that are familiar with any manga, with any anime from the 80s or up to the 80s, I would say, maybe into the 90s, that when the art style again changed so drastically that I couldn't no matter how good the story is, I'm pushed out by the art. I cannot look at it.
It started becoming very CG.
Yeah, it's off. I cannot. It's like the comics. I couldn't read the same story printed on different newsprint. I cannot read and recolored on the computer. But like, if you just explore the stories that are told within these mythologies, right? Those giant mythologies that mangaka have created over all these, like, even personal stories about artists or anything. They're so interesting and riveting. You don't even need new stories to tell. Just explore what's there. But when they adapt, they throw it all out, right? Like, we live in this time. Like, what made that? You have no respect in coming into the genre. So it's a very cynical world, and we're all telling them, all the fans are telling. So yeah, we're in this bizarre loop where we're all waiting for them to realize the money to dry up, but the money has no impact seemingly on them. So we're still in that loophole where we're like, how much can you fail? How much can you be against the fans? How much can you be? And so yeah, we're in a constantly in this, when something good slips through, it's so by accident, which is immediately then commodified into something so awful that the original doesn't count anymore, so it's like, yeah, I find myself on the other end of it. I just know on the very last instance of it, and I never felt like I have a story to tell that's interesting. I never even wanted to, even my, you write a Bond movie, and I'm like, no, what? No, I have no interest in writing that. But now that more and more, I'm like, when I watch it, I'm like, come on, it's not that hard. Like, it's like the Blade movie they're trying to put out. It's like, it's also, guys, after a while, come on, like really, it's not that hard. But it's very hard when you're trying to do it in this really corrupted system that you created for yourself, where you're bumping against your own rules that are now entrapping yourself. And it's gleeful to see. That's maybe the bow we can tie on the negative content out there. Whenever they get called out for creating their own shit that they now fall by, that's sweet to see. At least that we get that satisfaction. Yeah, they're beyond rich and they milked whatever we loved and destroyed, but at least we get a little bit when they get caught out by their own rules that they set up to put other people out, to shame Fleming and shame Tolkien and shame all our love for these people. That at least now, hopefully, they get to pay for what they do. Hopefully, somehow.
I hope so, but they rarely seem to learn from their mistakes. I think
they get promoted up somehow.
Yeah, you kind of fail upwards. Yeah. It's true. Sadly, it is true. I think I did try a long time ago. I think it's when I was stuck living in the States and I wasn't. I was still doing work remotely, so I was doing kind of bits of video editing and stuff for people in the UK. But I was living in Los Angeles, but I had a lot of downtime, so I kind of tried to write an Alien script. So I think it must have been before Prometheus and Covenant came out.
Oh, you would have saved it.
And it ended up kind of weirdly being what the new one timeline is, because it was sort of fit in between Alien and Aliens. So it was interesting. In my mind, it was like Alien 1.5. And I was like hyper obsessed with the laser that they just used by accident in Ridley Scott's movie, because they borrowed it from, like, I can't remember who was touring at the time.
Probably Mobius. Probably
I think it was like the band The Who were touring with like a really early laser, and Ridley Scott got hold of it and they used it for that sort of sheen over the egg layer. And I became obsessed with the idea that maybe it was the sound that was a way of keeping the aliens in check. And so I had this whole thing about basically the sound being the thing that could allow people some sort of way of kind of surviving in this environment, and it spun off into a whole thing. But
I feel like now the bad thinking is to fill in gaps and explain things where it should be. You should add layers of mystery rather than picking things open and filling in the gaps, because the space jockey is one of the greatest moments in cinema history. Stumbling upon the space jockey, he should have never gone beyond. That's it. Forever, the mystery of that grows in our minds like the Clone Wars to epic proportions we would never want to see, like Tolkien. Battles only heard of in the distant past. As soon as you realize and you see them and you pick it up, it lost everything. And that fundamental misunderstanding of the human soul, what it does to us, of mythical, epic storytelling, is why we ended up with this shit now. Like, it's just not in prequels are never interesting. It's never works because you have to push the story forward no matter what you do. You have to, and I don't know. It's simple rules that are broken open for obviously now nefarious reasons. And I think a lot of good creative people are used because with money easily duped into furthering the system. I'm not saying I'm beyond that. Some paychecks I couldn't turn down. I would also work for certain things. Other things I would, because it harms my soul to work on certain things, right? So, but yeah, I don't know whether the solution is putting it back onto the fans. I don't know whether this really comes true, where the technology comes good enough to make your own things. I somehow like too much the old system of the old studios that I feel like we see with Coppola, like the notes on The Godfather and the restrictions were good for him in the end. Like, Megalopolis, you can't just do this stuff. This is not interesting. Same with my work. When I was meandering in my own thoughts as an artist, it was endless. Like, flagellation of myself would have ended up in unrigorous work, interesting, but maybe meandering, years of doubting and questioning and exploring whether, and now a good deadline is great. It's like fire under the ass, and you have people that depend on you behind you. It puts it in perspective. Restrictions of actors' faces, approvals. Some of these things are very good to get your best work out there. So yeah, we're trapped in a bunch of traps, I think, and I just don't know whether I've certainly seen nothing that can compare to the old, and so that always pushes me back. Like, even if there's something that has a germ of something interesting, I'm like, oh, but it's not Warriors 2. So there you go. So it's like it can certainly be a problem when you're trying to make contemporary work while.
But rarely do we kind of make something better by trying to remake it. Though one of the rare examples, and this is an incredible full circle link here, because the One-Armed Swordsman movies get progressively better as they go up in numbers. Right, like the first one's good, like pretty good, but still a little bit rooted in that kind of like almost superhuman kind of wuxia style.
Yeah, which I would never connect it to, bizarrely. As soon as swords, I was always hand combat, and because I was spoiled already by Golden Harvest and Samo choreography, I was so spoiled by Prodigal Son Warriors 2. I saw that too early. I was like, it was very hard for me to go back into the fairy tale stuff. Sorry, but yeah,
some of them are great, but the second one weirdly takes a step back, becomes more grounded, and the choreography comes better.
And David Chang, exactly, it's like all of a sudden takes
David
over,
Chang,
and it's like
maybe arguably a better actor than, much as I love Jimmy Wang Yu, but I think David Chang had an awful lot more pathos and could do a lot more with saying less.
The sets are just so fantastic, like, and all of a sudden the fortresses and sort of like you said, the pared down, less operatic, which operatic is fine. The people on stage, you know more than the people on stage, which is opera, which is always tedious because you're waiting for the arias, or you're waiting for the sword fight, you're waiting for, but them finding out the betrayal is always tedious and horrendous because you're waiting for Don Giovanni to realize like what you already know before you enter the opera, right? Like, so yeah, that's the operatic qualities that are lost later when it's just why we are fans of the fast-paced genre stuff due to either financial restrictions or sets or shooting and things quicker, you know, like all of a sudden you only have one set, but you're making that count for different angles or dungeons. Like I'm always like, there's certain, that's why I critique a lot of Tarantino or later Tarantino, because I always feel like he's a fan of the genre, but he's picking out the wrong stuff, like especially in the Westerns, especially in his period pieces, which I'm not a fan of. And there's certain signifiers in Japanese and Chinese cinema, or Hong Kong cinema specifically, where they are, or also in the great mangas, where I feel the Western world was always behind them. We felt like, maybe with the exception of the Bonds. I think the Bonds taught the world all of that. The villains, the levels of villains, the layers, the settings, those things are so important. And as a young kid, I was paying so much attention to end bosses and fights, and like in Warriors 2, the Mantis transforming into the Mantis. Like, this was a level of absurdity fantasy that I want. I want this groundedness, but I also want what would be the coolest thing to do, and let's attempt that instead of then what we have nowadays. Oh, this is grounded and will look silly, let's not go there. No, I want this part. I want it, like in all manga and Gogol or whatever, you have the two twins at the end, silver and gold, and they would have a special technique, and that technique would be called out, and then the awareness of the hero in his mind, how to counter that technique, the inner thoughts when Samo does a certain counter strike in Prodigal. He knew how to, the awareness of the fighter, he's using that technique to break my armor or something. All this stuff is magical. And when I saw it, I was like, I'm in the good hands. This is the parts I love, rather than the Western canon of like, he's the best fighter or grappling. Like what? Yeah, that's great, you guys. That is always talking to my real friends that are real fighters, and they were like, this doesn't work and stuff. And I was like, who cares? This is fair. This is like how it has to be. Like, I want the eagle claws of villainous style, you know, and how you have to overcome this. And like, so I don't want that fantasy to be lost in the groundedness of like making it all the same with superheroes or anything. They found so much. How does the armor work for Batman? Like, I don't care. You lose everything. He needs that gray spandex, like in the muscle tone, obviously the beefy muscles and stuff. But I don't want everything explained and reduced to this lower common denominator, how it could work in the real world. And I felt like the Japanese, especially the Jidageki and the Hong Kong movies, were the templates of exploring that, and the West never caught really onto that. Like, no, except the Bonds.
Too confused by it. I think so, and I think it's strange that Jaws always kind of gets the credit in a way for kind of creating the blockbuster, when I kind of feel that Bond was already kind of working
and
out
I always
that kind
hate
of
like,
genre
the
template
best
before.
trilogies or the stuff. Yeah, Bond has the best 5 movies that ever. Bam, bam, bam. Like there's never been anything better, and they also every single one stole from them. Like, and it's just like the template of Bond is the modern cinema. It's absolute modern genre cinema is all Bond, because the Bond craze around the world people forget Beatlemania. There's nothing that comes close to Bond. Like the entire style of every man in the 60s was Bond. Like take James Coburn or whatever, Flint or whatever they tried to do. Every single man carried themselves like Bond. Every single woman wanted. My grandmother, my grandfather, it was all Bond. The modernism, the life, the high life, the bars. When I look at those photos, I'm like, wow, it was all under the influence of that post-war British colonial system, and reinvigorating that through the club life and Bond. But I also always argue on my Bond episodes, because I have a podcast where I go through all the books as they're released, that the full Bond is not in the books. Fleming's Bond is not full Bond. Bond in full fruition only came through Connery. And that's why he doesn't get the credit, and why I don't count this argument for other Bonds, because he created the figure on screen. Because the Bond in the books is what everybody argues. They're like, oh, Daniel Craig is truly Fleming. Yeah, he's truly Fleming's Bond because he's doubtful. We hear his inner thoughts in the books. He's soft. He's sensitive. He cry. I mean, he doesn't cry in the books, but that's the inner, much more the Fleming Bond, where Connery leaves you no doubt. Like that's a panther on screen. You never seen any man move like this on screen ever. You're like, what is this? And Fleming, to all his credit, he said later that if he would have seen Connery, he was against him when they cast him, because he wanted somebody debonair like Cary Grant or something. When he saw Connery's performance, he was like, if I'd known this was possible, I would have changed them in the books. So
and we have Terrence Young to.
Also fitting him the style and making that. But I also feel there's something that all the suits on Savile Row couldn't save. There's an animal instinct and unapologeticness that came through Connery's working class. Because the Bond is not a tough. The Bond they all want is Roger Moore, so very, very flippant, very tough, very upper class. So who gives a shit? Like that's not my Bond, like, right? And I don't want him grounded, machine gun wielding. Like I don't want that either. Beefcake. That's Terminator. It is. You're all confused. It needs to be that Terrence Young Connery fusion, right? And Fleming, obviously. But those men, and Ken Adam and John Barry, but those men made the figure only realized fully on screen, and that's why it's the most magical, and why it's endured so much, even through bad. It was impervious, because even through bad interpretations or goofiness, it never lost its charm. Like different interpretations, obviously, but because the template, everybody says, "Oh, Connery is a ruthless guy." That's not true. All the humor is from Connery.
Yeah.
All the one-liners, and then everybody's, the fights come in later. Look at Lazenby. I'm like, look at Thunderball, the beginning fight. Like, it's ruthless. Like nothing is as fast ever later. Yeah, and
and I think weirdly a lot of that. I always wondered if a lot of that. I mean, we should we'll maybe schedule another chat at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
The whole time, because I think that Terrence Young had a habit of undershooting, and he was quite proud of how little footage he shot, right, in comparison to other filmmakers. And so I think a lot of what you have to remind me of the editor's name. Is it Peter Hunt? Who did editing on Dr. No? I think a lot of the style that kind of came about in how they were cutting the action together was born part out of necessity, but gave it this incredible vibrancy that we kind of hadn't really seen in American movies before.
Something they matched later in Hong Kong, the undercranking, the cuts, the close-ups, already thought process in the fight. This is maybe the first examples of truly choreographed fights. I mean, obviously Robert Shaw in the train set in Russia with Love, the greatest moment, but every movement is meaningful. Like later in Hong Kong movies, every movement has a meaning. The evil styles, particular consequences, whereas the rock'em sock'em Western fights, John Wayne, are rarely that. Like, and never caught really up to this modern time. Even now, if they're all flying around doing weird scissor kicks and stuff, that's just you grabbing the surface level cream off the top without telling a story, right? Like, and with Peter Hunt, yeah, like he is there definitely super influential in the fast-paced cutting. All earlier examples than what they claim later, Bonnie and Clyde, all the stuff that they claim for America was already done in the Bonds.
And even with Bruce Lee, I think it was. I think now when we think back, we kind of almost think that everybody was there from day one with the Hong Kong movies, but that was really not the case. All of us discovered him through Enter the Dragon, which is his most kind of a Bond-like template. Weirdly, essentially,
that's amazing Bond. Yeah, it's Dr. No. Yeah.
Right down to literally right down to the villain. The whole thing kind of structures is around that.
Why it also works. Why it works so good, because that's all we wanted. We want a secret tournament. We're easy to please back as children. Like, that's what I want. I want the best fighters. I want a secret tournament. I want the coolest music. I want a secret island. I need a lair. I need the villain to have steps. I need to have sub bosses. All this is very important to me as a kid, and we all knew it. And they could never get that right. They never knew how to do it right in the West. In Japan, that's even more expressed. Something you learn later in the Yagyu Chronicles or Yubei, or you follow all the big long story arcs that they have, like the 9 series takes or something. The villains, they come in and out, less so in the Satoichi or like we saw Sleepy Eyes of Death or something, because they get more and more formulaic. But the structure, the way the bosses are introduced, the villains, Hideo Gosha, for example, 3 Outlaw Samurai, the Messengers of Death, like that's a mid-level fight, but it's so powerful, it becomes the best fight. And they always knew, like, the middle fight is more important than the end fight. The end fight is something to wrap it up, but Act 3 is where the truly villains that come in that you need to build up need to come in, and they all have little accoutrements that were important to me as kids, like that's why it's all present in Yojimbo already. Kurosawa was so genre. Now he gets heralded as like the one that stood out, and he did stand out from a lot of the Japanese cinema at the time. But if you look at the intro of the Yakuza in the town and Yojimbo, pause it and look at every individual style, like the dice tattoo on his cheek, and like they're so stylized and characterized, each individual person, that you see him for a second, but you feel it in the larger scheme of things. And this is the love, kind of the craft again that we're speaking to. Every villager in the Seven Samurai had a backstory. Every family lived as a family. And these are all theater tricks that, but like you said, necessity, quick. You have little time to tell these stories, but they have huge impact, and they communicate so much of the personal style. While the interesting spaghetti westerns work so quickly and so magically and set apart from the American ones, is the personal style, because Mortimer lights his pipe and he unrolls his guns, and that's all we're like, oh my God, this personal style, no matter if it's accurate to the Western history or something, becomes secondary, because it just tells us about this operatic, the story, the leitmotif of each character. So when they all clash, it means something. Like we all know that amazing, I keep coming back to Prodigal Son, because the mid fight again becomes the setup for the end fight. But if we don't see him struggle with the technique in the middle fight, it cashes out later, right? Like, because we need to overcome that. But it's never explored. It's seconds only. But we are made aware by the focus of the camera, of the quick cutting into or sometimes even the inner monologue, that later on we know what he has to overcome. The seeds are planted. And this is sort of like 101 filmmaking that we took for granted, we grew up with. And more we find ourselves like, where it's missing. All this stuff is missing, like what I love. Like this, it's not there.
It's always a wee bit of a disservice to the guys who are kind of first and foremost thought of as being martial artists. And I think Lau Gar-Lung definitely suffers the worst for this. But Sammo Hung also too, where people think of them first and foremost as performers and don't give them enough credit for being incredibly gifted directors. And very
incredible. And choreographer, and like sort of like that's what the Peking opera schools and those family atmospheres made for that explosion of Golden Harvest, right? Like the rivalries also, like, but that's you can really say as a doubt, like the big, obviously, mistake of not hiring Bruce Lee for Shaw Brothers, but that mistake of like letting all those guys go because of the old operatic stage sets made it so apparent like nowhere else within a tiny revolution in a town, right, with two rival studios, why Golden Harvest like just catapults out of, like you say, we see things out of order when we're young, and all of a sudden you see Warriors 2 and you're like, as a child, you're like, what has changed? Like something huge has happened. That you look at the time period and they're still making, 74, whenever they're making 36 chambers. You're like, oh, this is staged and grand and slow. And all of a sudden you have this. Like, you don't compete that this is the same town making the same, with the same people making such wide, like a leap above. Like just like my favorite Sifu in any movie, like Warriors 2. But and he was like 30 at the time, like playing an old man. Yeah, so great. So yeah, man. I'm glad we have this. It always comes down back to like, aren't we lucky that we have it? Like, because that can come back to that, right? No matter how frustrating everything gets in current day. Like I have my friends. Like without my kid, I think I would not live in the present. I would just be a hermit and completely steeped. At least the kid opens you up to new experiences because you have to fit into a current something, get out of your shell. But there's enough made that you never need anything new,
Yeah, I think I try and balance, but I think kind of my comfort is, or the stuff that's giving me more excitement is the new discoveries that I'm getting for things that I didn't experience until now, but that were made during that period. So particularly,
and that well is endless. Like I can just say, like I've seen so much in the last, just again pulling on that thread, like just seeing things that now it's this re-examination of going over things that you would have neglected, but seeing them again and seeing the germs of other things. Like now it's this weird movie watching thing for me because it's so disjointed, partly because of the phone, partly because of work, partly because of family. I don't really rarely sit down and enjoy like a full movie at a time. It's always disrupted and disjointed. Yeah, but it opened up this weird new movie watching thing where I can now appreciate like a 30-minute piece in a movie, where maybe like in the old martial arts movies, except that there you really were trapped in, like it was so golden to get one that you watched the whole thing, obviously with great attention. But now obviously you watch like the film, the highlights of certain thing is something I don't encourage, I don't want to, but that's something that I really see happen, and it opened up much more in sort of maybe the bad, like really B movie stuff that I wasn't into in the West, like let's see, like crime movies from the 70s or something. There's such levels below that are still coming out. If you know The Outfit, you're already like on the lower grade, but that's a masterpiece. But then there's like several layers below The Outfit now that you're watching, where you're just following an actor around and you're like, oh my God, this movie's terrible, but there's such a, it's almost like you're able to, if they would have gone further in this direction, I appreciate it for just those 30 minutes that they're able to do something amazing. That if they would carry it through, like that's the kind of weird cinema watching I do now. It's like the combed over bits, and something sticks in there that before you would have just like, no, I'm not into this. This doesn't carry me through. Like I'm able to appreciate such small parts now. But it's all looking back. It's all looking back. It's nothing's looking forward. The only time I'm grateful, sometimes I do a theatrical poster once in a while. It's honestly completely dried up. But these are usually, if people insist that they want me or something, and I'm like, oh really? I don't know. This looks depressing. And then they're like, no, you okay? And then sometimes I come out of my shelf and I discover something, but it's so rare. It's really rare. And the cinemas are obviously going away. I don't know how. Yeah, Edinburgh, you said already. Here,
the film festival was just tragic.
The old cinemas that would show classics, like we just had a martial arts, rare stuff too, like stuff I've never seen. I just didn't make it. Nobody in the crowd. Like it's like 3 people in the giant cinema. A week of just 35mm masterpieces. Like I haven't some films I hadn't caught, like Young Wu Ping stuff I hadn't seen, and I couldn't make it out. On the other side of town, Kenji Mizumi retrospective. Couldn't make
wow.
I like most of the movies I know, like Ken and stuff. But I would love to see this on the screen. So yeah, nobody's. If I'm not supporting, it's like nobody has the time. Like it's just like, it's really. I don't even know if that could be the solution because I can't complain. That's like part of living in Berlin. That stuff is still being. You have to catch it. It's good that it's out there, but.
I think it weirdly swings and roundabouts. And I'm hoping that the Edinburgh Film Festival comes back because I think it's been thrown a lifeline by Glasgow because Glasgow's always had a much better. Glasgow's always been traditionally a more working class city,
Right.
and so they've got a wonderful independent cinema there, but it has a much better sense of like, let's just put on stuff that people would really actually like to see on the big screen and have never had the chance, right? So they do loads and loads of retrospective screenings, and they've thrown a lifeline out to the Edinburgh Film Festival, so they're trying to resurrect it. But at the moment, anytime that we see anything like that, we have to travel city, we have to go through to Glasgow. But it's cool. We make a whole day of it and go for food. And I think they're doing the BFI's got an Art of Action season on just now, so we'll get a chance to see like it's the usual suspects. So it'll be Police Story and Super Cop and the movies, but in a lot of cases, never had a chance to see a decent print of those on the big screen. So I'll come back round.
So you're breaking up a little bit, just making sure that something is you're super jittery in the.
Oh, I'm still hearing you. Okay,
audio.
hopefully.
Okay.
Hope that's one better.
Yeah,
but I am.
Sorry.
I am noticing that I've almost had you for 4 hours, so I should.
Oh yeah, that's the minimum. No. I hope I didn't repeat myself too much.
Not
going
at all.
over the same grounds, but I think the more specifics are maybe interesting to people, maybe not. Hopefully, but I'll continue. There's just some cool stuff coming that I'm really looking forward, and there's a few things where I'm very doubtful that they will be out there, but I put a huge amount of effort into it. So I hope. It's already in crisis, so I don't know if ever will see the daylight. But if it would be cool. Kind of making my point that craft does have a place nowadays, especially when we're doing with genre and especially when we're doing with period pieces. I think there's a huge space where very few people now want to do it, can do it. But if you can support it, that's like I think that's the way forward. Back to the Future somehow.
Mm-hmm. I hope that at some point the cinema, in terms of Hong Kong movies, that the cinema city oversight can somehow get resolved, where we can eventually kind of see Hard Boiled and The Killer getting proper kind of new restorations, and even things like Tiger on the Beat and Pedicab Driver and all these movies that are currently held under.
Pedicab Driver, my God, yeah, that's funny that still things are out there that you've been hoping since childhood to have. The VHS was huge to have. That was one of the goals. If you had that, you were somebody in our crew. I just found all my old Hong Kong VHS. I can't throw them out. I still have them all. I'm like, I should get rid of this stuff. And I'm like, oh, but look at this. This is all like, what was the London label that put all these out?
Made in Hong Kong.
Made in Hong Kong. I still got tons of those.
And there was Eastern Heroes as well, who I write for. Their magazine's still going strong. And
I still got. Remember all the Tony Wong comics?
Mm-hmm.
I had all of those, like the Oriental Heroes and stuff. I love those. Yeah, I wonder where they are. I never threw them out, but those were like, that was a storytelling that were even beyond the movies. That was something like exploit those, make those movies. Like what the hell? You make those movies. You have arcs, mythical arcs of action cinema unexplored in the West, and that's what I want to see, right? Like movements and kicks and techniques and villainous styles explored in comic book that are even wilder than anything that was ever in the cinema. Like there's a huge well of like series. Talk about but they always want to build universes. Do the Tony Wong universe. Hopefully with as little CGI as possible. But even there, you have to, because some of those moves are so ridiculous that you have to. But I want the full mullets and everything. I don't want a modern take. I want the whole full 80s music and 80s
Fist of the North Star aesthetic.
Ah, yes. Again, that never worked in live action because they're too outlandish.
because it's a weird fusion of different. It's like Bruce Lee
Yeah.
meets Mad Max meets
Yeah.
Rambo meets.
No, it's found its
really
perfect
weird.
form and it's found its perfect time. And you even look at Tetsuhara later, his art doesn't match. He found the computer
No.
too. He's like, oh, cool, I can draw on the computer. Like,
No,
nah, yeah,
no,
it's
it's
gone.
got to be that original kind of late 80s movie and the TV series that they made. But after that, I think it all goes horribly wrong. I think
Yeah.
there's
Again, it speaks to the power of the materials that I always say this is stronger than the artist sometimes. I see it sometimes like I have my set of skills, and if you give me a different paper and a different thing, it completely, this looks like an amateur. This is 80% was the paper. It's honestly true. You can't just like take these things haphazard. You start to value this later when you buy better materials in the beginning. I mean, I still don't buy good materials. This is one of my biggest failings, is that I don't invest in myself because I'm so used to the low aspect. I still paint with like radiator brushes and stuff. I'm like €5 for a brush because I let them dry out. I'm terrible with this. So I'm more from the Francis Bacon school. Unfortunately, I never learned to be an illustrator. I always come from the fine art world. So my process is super messy and wild and not orderly at all. Like a proper illustrator has all these tools that are valuable, and you should invest in your tools. And I never learned that. I always buy the cheapest stuff because I let it dry out and I forget. And it's but again, that makes for a personal style that hopefully comes through somehow.
completely. I think so, and there's so few that kind of that I kind of encounter as far as illustrators and artists go that kind of capture me in that sort of same way. And I think in the comic book world, not since really I first discovered Alex Ross, which is a long time ago now, but and he's just a strange, almost modern Caravaggio.
Yeah, but again, for him was a reaction. Again, like I said before at the beginning, there's certain people don't fit into their time. He didn't fit into his time. He grew up and he was looking back and he was like, this is not what I love. Like, why did it change everything? Okay, let me just explore what I love, make it look like I love. And through a backwards reconfiguring process of hiring models again, posing them, making even the costumes themselves, because he needed that light to fall in the right place. It created a whole backwards industry that then, like, again, we've never seen a good Batman costume in the movies ever. Why? This is not possible. We're in 2024. How come they never could put it together with all their technology? It's because they're missing the one ingredient that does not cost you anything. It's knowledge. The knowledge of and you even have you can copy Mazzucchelli and Alex Ross put this together, and even fan films. It's not true. I don't even say we've seen a good Batman costume on film, but it's a completely fan-made YouTube video.
Like in Dead End, right?
Yeah, that's Batman. Like, they can't do it in Hollywood. It's amazing. And it's, again, because that love and dedication comes with almost no cost. Because it's all passion. It's all like, I'm making a costume myself. I'm dressing up. I'm posing the light. Sorry. Hope that doesn't come through the audio.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. My cat's been desperately trying to get my attention for food.
Enter the Dragon. No, but yeah, so there are hopeful, always, I think, examples where we can lift up and pick up on and see that this is a time in memoriam. This is a good, you're on the right path if you notice these things. You're on the right path. And if you bemoan and if you're critical to certain things, that's good. That's healthy. And you just need to lift yourself up again through looking beyond the surface and finding the good stuff. There's so much like once you start pulling on that thread, it just all comes unraveled, because there's this avalanche of history coming down on you, and so much that is not released, not available, not even out there. People in Japan are not even aware of it. So that's I think my biggest pride was that I reintroduced some Japanese people into their own
Japanese
movies.
films.
Yeah. And it also happens with, obviously it's not such a magical process, because it happened to me in my culture too. Like, people pointing out stuff that I don't value. It's like in your own city, people asking you directions, right? And you're like, I don't know, where's that street? You just use it. You don't pick it out. Like,
completely. I've had currently going through a very similar experience with my wife's family, because they're all from Canton province. but her parents grew up at a time when it wasn't that easy to get access to go to the cinemas in the same way it was in Hong Kong. So I've seen infinitely more Hong Kong movies than my entire
that's
Chinese family.
amazing.
So we just had, my mother-in-law was staying for a month.
Film nights. Oh, that must be
Yeah.
amazing.
And I think like it started just by her being in the same room, but after like the second
All
or
right,
third
let's
time,
put on Hong Kong Godfather to see what you like after
almost
dinner.
got, I showed her Lau Kar Lung's Dirty Hole, which she'd never seen before,
My
and that
God.
was like,
Imagine seeing that for the first time.
oh, she was there. She was there for every beat. It was a very good time. And after that, she there like maybe every second, third night, she'd be like, "Can you put on a movie?"
Amazing,
and like,
amazing.
no problem. So we kind of went through quite a few. I think we did that, then jumped to Benny Chan's A Moment of Romance.
Yes,
because she liked Andy Lau. But I think weirdly, the thing that she kept butting up against was the picture quality. She's so used to like, she's so used to seeing like high def 1080p TV that
which puts me off so much.
Same. Like, I kind of need gray.
First thing when I bought a new TV, I was like, can I do all the settings back? Like a friend had to come that works in like he's he's a tech. Without him, I couldn't even connect this microphone, but he sort of put my TV back in the right settings because it was appalled. I was like, I have to return this. I cannot watch this. This looks like German TV. This looks terrible.
It looks too unreal.
Yeah, no. And again, I think that's where the computer comes in, where the computer has ruined it, disassociated us. It's at the root of all evil. If you can use it to great advantage, but it has to be done within the boundaries of that knowledge of getting back and achieving that vintage, reintroduce it, fake. If it's cheaper, do it fake, but please fake it so we can at least get back to some kind of a human eye. Our human eyes haven't changed. Like you can put all this technology on it, but it hasn't changed our metabolism, so to speak, how to digest this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to kind of try and go back to a 16-bit world, really, I think will make it a little bit easier.
Thank God, it's all out of our hands. At some point, we just have our old movies. I was always thinking, like, when we become grandparents, our grandparents listen to Frank Sinatra, and I was like, oh, for us, what's this going to be for us? We're all going to sit around like the grandpas.
Rage Against the Machine.
Wu-Tang. It's like, oh, it's like, that was grandpa's song. Tiger style. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for taking time. I hope I didn't ramble on too long.
You so didn't. Honestly, I could have kept this going all day, and please let us do this again. And I think
anytime.
Next time around, I'll try and be. We'll try and kind of like, because we've covered everything today, which has been bliss for me because it's been just wonderful to jump in and out.
Yeah, but even if you have specifics, I'm obviously happy. I don't hold any huge grudges in the industry. Everybody's been super kind, and even the ones where it's failed, I don't feel any problem talking about it because in the end, we all fail together trying to do something really good. It really is. That's where the industry overall has been a super blessing. That's like, doesn't like in the end of the days, it's all, we're already at the stage where I think where this physical media space that we're in, it all comes to, you have to love this stuff too, because you see the edition sizes and you see those things, like nobody's in there now that is just like careless.
Yeah. No, they couldn't be, because I think in an awful lot of cases they're not making insane huge amounts of profit and money, so there has to be a deep love for it.
The last ones that really paid proper money was Best Buys, those editions, which were awful editions most of the time. So when they're gone, it's not, guess what, not a big loss. But overall, that was a huge signal to the industry overall of money drain, just like being all sucked up, because they really paid a living wage. Like they did, like, I hate steel books. I hate all that material already is like a CGI. It doesn't matter if I paint it in oils. If you print it on the steel books, it's all gone. It's like it makes no sense. But there was a way to sustain yourself through that and then take on the passion projects, right? So the more diverse the industry was, the more healthy it was at the same time. So I'm grateful to see the shelf on the back, and you're really sustaining my family. So thank you so much.
Keep it going. I only have limited space. I basically gave myself 4 pieces, and that's all I have. So I have to sell a bunch of.
You're selling? Okay,
yeah. I constantly, basically, continually, almost curating my own collection. My wife always calls it trimming my bonsai. So like when one
Nice.
branch grows too long, I cut it back a little bit. So I just keep the stuff that I know that I'll.
Yeah, that's why I feel like Radiance and so they're gonna have that value of the completionist box. If you've been early with them, like you just almost need to just have them all. Like that, there's a value in making that, like working in this restrictions, right, with designer, with things, because there I feel like you're building such a specific collection again, where it's almost like need to have them all, which the early Criterion was fantastic at, because you almost corrected every spine because you are like, oh, it's that's going to be good nutrition for me. I have that spine, even though I don't want to see Children of the Beehive, not the Japanese version, but the new version, like or the Spanish or whatever. But yeah, you watch it and you're like, okay, that was healthy for me. I watched that. That was healthy.
I have my parting confession will be I've got a strange kind of, I don't know if I'd call it a compulsion or a sadistic hobby, but I like to on occasion make fake Criterion covers for movies that there's no way that Criterion would. But I can't illustrate myself because I don't have the skills.
Did you do that Kindergarten Cop one? That's the one that's floating around.
But I have done stuff like kind of like I'm a big fan of the Scott Adkins movie Avengement. With Jesse, which I don't know if you've seen, but that's not a movie that will ever get picked up by Criterion. But I make a Criterion.
Oh, it's a fun game. I did that. Most of mine were like just pitches or hopefuls, so there is no much difference between. I think again, it's when you have such a rigorous collection, it invites like disturbing that part of it, and they've been sort of good at letting it go. I think it's that's fun. I love that. Like
I just don't like having one random film out on its own. Like I kind of need things to be in some sort of order, even if it's a slightly fictitious order. So next time
exactly.
around I can speak to you about full Criterions.
I don't know. Yeah, it might be good. Like, I don't know, to focus it on a subject or a label or something. But yeah, I think the free flow now is now that the introduction is made, I feel like I don't need to set myself up with every time it's the computer's fault.
No, I kind of feel confident the next time we can just pick up where we left off and then dive wherever we want to go.
Well, thank you so much for taking all the time. I know that on your end too, that is
pleasure.
That is not an easy feat these days, and putting it all out there. Now you have to cobble it all together.
And I will kind of dutifully put some clips over the top, and that picture that we spoke about, your anonymous self-portrait that I adore.
The bag over my head.
I think that's
cool. That was for a Japanese interview. They were like, "We need to see you," and I'm like, "Oh no!" I put which Sean Connery picture should I put?
I dig it. I think it's very cool. So thank you very much again. It's been so much fun, and I'll keep you updated. So when I know basically when I'm going to post it, I'll send you over the link and stuff, and let you know. Great. And likewise, if there's anything that you want me to include, because I'm probably I'll include links to the store for prints, and to your webpage and your Instagram and your Twitter, and probably also to a few of the other podcasts, because some of the ones that you did with like Wrong Reel and Film 89, I think some of those episodes have kept me going on days when otherwise I would have been banging my head.
Yeah, there's some ones that are really close to my. I did the Three Dragons on Wrong Reel. That was something I needed to get off my chest. And James is still whatever topic you want, and I'm like searching around the topic, and I'm like, oh, I haven't done Jackie. Like it's insane. So that one was a huge one to get off. I talked about Robin and Marian for sure, because that like all this thing and
your Sejmi Suzuki episodes also helped me a bunch.
Oh yeah, that was an insane one. Like I think there we recorded, like we did the whole filmography. Then Film 89 we did all the Bonds and Conan, which was one of my ultimate favorite episodes, because that was really like a fireside chat of just like, I've never been only positive on anything except for the Conan one was just a love fest beyond love fest. I think we've only been like, just every scene was another highlight of just like how special that movie was to us.
And there's a great Enter the Dragon one as well. I think that's film 89 too? I think so.
Yeah, except there I feel like I don't have to, like I was out of my Hong Kong hardcore knowledge zone, and I didn't have much to add. But yeah, again, that was one of the things I couldn't let go. If you offered Bruce, then you have to do Bruce. But yeah, I feel like some of that knowledge has been how you collect. Like at some point, I knew every NBA player or something, or every graffiti artist working in town or something, and somehow that gets displaced. I mean, as soon as you become a father, your brain rots right away completely. You just like Elmo and Sesame Street replaces everything. Yeah, I wonder if those brain cells ever come back. But I have a staple of books that I meant to tackle, but I never got around to.
It's not enough hours
One
in the day. My film watch pile is similarly like that, and it's
even exactly when we can't even get to the films anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I used to watch like 5-6 movies a night, and now you fall asleep around after the decline after 10 is like you just completely. I can't make it.
There's an old kind of like late 90s, early 2000s kind of like electro act called Chocolate Weasel. I don't know if you're familiar with, but they had a sample, and I've been trying for the life of me to work out where they took the sample from, and I'll say the words to you, and maybe you'll know because you've seen a lot more movies than I. But it starts with this guy's voice, and to me it sounds like a 40s or 50s era, maybe film noir. But he says, "I want every bit of life and experience my brain and body can hold. There's not enough time to read all the great books, to see all the great films, to hear all the great songs, but I've got to try. I've got to try."
Wow, that sounds like Bukowski or something. I don't know. Like, oh wow, I don't know.
I've never been
sure it's from a movie?
No. I think so. Like, it's the kind of the guys, all instrumental music, and it's also sample made. But it's if I can find the link, I'll say. I think it's.
Yeah, now my brain is. I used to be so specific on things like this. It's really hard to trace, like you say, encyclopedic of knowledge of who working through the old Asia movie guides that we had. Remember, like piecing the films together, crossing off what we've seen, and finding mistakes already in there, and the confusions of the titles, and then just buying the second edition. But yeah, at some points that was all your brain was operating on, and now it's so disjointed. Like I really have a hard time. But it's because we're torn to pieces, like over modern.
There's just life. Too much. It is. It's just white noise. I think there's just it's constant information overload most of the time. So I think that's why it's important to kind of like.
Scotland is the answer. A beautiful walk over the Highland.
It definitely is. And
are you far away from like? Can you just step out the door and be in nature, or are you in the city?
We're city.
Oh, you're in Edinburgh, right?
Yeah. But we're in Leith, so I'm like if I walk 2 minutes, I'm right beside a harbour looking out to the sea. Good. And the door is also always open to you and your family.
Oh man, I should. Now my family's sort of unfortunately broken up now. Like you, we lost a bunch of people, my grandfather, and so it's all been torn apart. But the Scottish part is now deciding. The Scottish English part is now deciding to splinter off, and they're having Christmas over there now, and they invited us. And now I'm in the Bavarian section, still holding on to that little piece, and I don't want to leave people behind, but I also have my daughter. And now it's like, Christmas in Scotland sounds cozy. So yeah, I'm definitely planning. I'm always up for Edinburgh for sure.
If you do it, man, there's 100%. There's a spare room here that is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, again, I've been fantasizing about actually getting back into nature, sketching and drawing, and having something without a purpose for once again. Like that spirit for years has been dead. I just rejected it completely. And as you get older, you're kind of, like I said, you open up old works and you're like, this was sophisticated. Is this the same person? Obviously it's not the same person, but yeah, I've been sort of dreaming about leaving it all behind, going through the Highlands and just catching each moment and going back to nature, painting live outdoors, something I did in my youth completely all the time, traveling also in Japan. And yeah, one day, maybe when the systems crumbled and Skynet's taken all our resources.
That stands to be in about 6 months' time.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Well, thank you so much. It was
my pleasure, man. It's been absolutely.
Of course, it was all about me. So how could it not be enjoyable?
Well, no, I think I kind of feel it was a good bit of back and forth, but I think I had a great time.
Yeah, sorry if I tend to boulder people over, but
you really don't at all. Honestly, I think it's wonderful for me to just listen and engage too. But I think I was able to kind of like also send a few stories back your way.
Yeah,
too.
So that's great to hear. Fill in the perspective. Often it's because I don't see the purpose, but there's so much common, much more, and within everybody, I feel too, there's a lot of common ground that doesn't get explored, because those experiences, no matter what you do, is mostly the same. After a certain age, you come to certain, you failed enough to come in certain, you've lost and failed enough to come to realizations, hopefully, that then can be explored to make common ground, which again, then, even if we were not in this film connective tissue, I think is enough to give people something that's uniting again in all this, where so many people make good money and keeping us all divided, that there is something we can come together over. And
it has to be. I think we have to remember we're all just sloppy humans stumbling our way through life, right?
With slightly better film knowledge than the rest, because they know nothing.
Damn right.
All right, man.
Okay, dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah.